Good afternoon and welcome to Marseille in Pukekohe. Looking forward to this. It is the Sunday night shootout. It is quarterfinals time. It is the Dutchman, the great Marco Toisha, up against the man they simply call Roldan. Originally from the Philippines, he's been living here in New Zealand for the last 7 years. He's represented this country. This should be an absolute beauty. The format is 9 ball. It is the first to 7 frames. And there he is, Marco Toisha, the great Dutchman, number 23 in the world in Q Sports. I tell you what, he's got a head like granite, and when he comes to the table, he looks more like a gunslinger than he does a cueist. His opponent, well, a man who is pretty quickly developing a very good reputation, an athlete, a player that you cannot underestimate in Roldan, somewhat of an unknown quantity. He will come into this quarterfinal as very much the underdog, but in this game, one unforced error, you open the door, and things can turn very quickly. Joining me in commentary, the man they call the Professor, Jimmy Henry. Jimmy, welcome.
Thank you for that introduction, Mark.
Well, this should be an absolute beauty. Quarterfinals time. Desperate for a place in the semi-finals. We're about to see who breaks very shortly as they come to the table. Marco Toisha, the big reputation. Does that reputation have an impact on the mindset of Roldan?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Roldan can't afford to make any mistakes. They both tick all the boxes. They both got all the shots.
Now, this is how they will determine who does break. It's the closest to the top rail there, or to the cushion. And it will be Toisha who will determine what he does first, and he will break. And so we'll see this formation of the 9 balls being set up, and for people not that familiar, there are so many different forms of Q Sport. This is very much the form that is taking the world by storm.
Oh, definitely, yeah. It's an attacking game, a potter's game.
And it's the only game I understand in Q Sports too, at a professional level, tournament level, where flukes are allowed.
Yes, in 9 ball, you're allowed to fluke any ball, as long as you hit the smallest ball first.
Okay, now, so the key to the game here, for those that are not familiar with it, you've got to sink the balls in order, 1 through 9. And whoever sinks that 9 ball wins the game. First to 7 frames. If a ball such as 4 goes down off the break, then you'll play 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 in that order. So Toisha to break.
And this is where Marco's got the advantage, is break.
And so we see a ball go down there off the break.
Yeah, he's got a good layout here. They're all in the open. Yeah, the yellow ball first. Okay, he has to get to the red ball, which is a 3 ball. That's the next lowest on the table. The 2's gone.
So that 2 ball down off the break. Now, such is the wizardry of these players that they would have mapped immediately the table layout. They'll be automatically knowing. Oh, somewhat of an unforced error for Toisha. Well, you wouldn't expect that.
But he got away with it. But
he does get away with it because he's positioned that white, I'm not sure it was intentionally, behind the 3, which now has created a snooker here for the first time for Paul Dan. So Dan, does he play defensively, or does he still look to attack?
He has to attack. Definitely attack. If he doesn't make that 1 ball, it's ball in hand to Marco.
Boy, Toisha, he'll be not the start he wanted.
Definitely not, no. Not a good start at all. And that's the key to this game. You must get a good start.
Oh, and again, you talked about attacking. I like the mindset. Didn't quite come off, but showing his intent, and it's positive play. So Marco Toisha, a hardened professional, been playing the game full-time for 19 years, been a professional for 8. On the US 10 ball championship back in 2019.
It's going to put this and come into line on the 3 for the bottom right hand corner.
So it's all about what he does with the white ball here. Yeah, beautifully. Just as Jimmy picked it, that bottom right hand corner now, but he's automatically looking at balls 4 and 5.
Okay, this is the key here, making sure that he can get the 4 ball, a good angle on the 4 ball. Get to the 6 ball is the key.
Great shot, wonderful technique, beautiful, and just that stop shot on the white Just that little bit of backspin. No follow through.
Okay, this is the key to the frame. Getting to that 6 ball. It's got a beautiful angle. Just gotta watch out he doesn't go behind the 9. He's alright.
So that 6 ball of green there. If he can pot this, then the table is open. Brown 7 across the table, which is what he's thinking. Look at that white placement of the ball. What a craftsman. Beautifully done.
And this is what they call the money ball. If he pots this, he wins the game. Even though there's 2 balls on the table, he should win the game from there.
Oh, Marco Toisha now after a shaky start in control of this frame. And all Paulding can do is sit and watch.
Nice punch shot to get to the middle of the table with the white ball.
And look at that, just beautifully done. Look at the pinpoint precision with that white ball. You are watching a master craftsman. And he will take out this frame in the first. So in this first frame, so Roldan will have to come up.
Yeah, Roldan's from the Philippines. He played most of his pool in Cebu. And Minandino.
Yeah, and just through qualifying, which was yesterday out here at Marseille and Pukekohe, Toisha was the top qualifier. Sullivan Clark, the up-and-coming sort of superstar, finishing in second on opposite sides of the draw. We will run through the rest of those quarterfinals for you shortly, as we now see Roldan with the break. And yep, the 1 goes down, so he will come back. Possibly a second ball has dropped as well. We'll just confirm that for you. So
7 ball as well.
7 ball as well. Cannot make any unforced error here. Does not want to open the door for Toisha. Does not want to sit down at any point in this frame.
Okay, he's got 2 options here to either play safe or pot that 2, go down the table and back up again, which is a hard shot. Risky shot. But knowing Roldan, I know he opted for the safety.
And has he done enough with the white? Good defensive shot here from Roldan. Played that nicely, just having a look here. So certainly snookered Toisha. So that next ball on the table, if you're not familiar with it, is that blue number 2 on the right hand side.
I think Marco can get a edge of that too.
Get an edge. There you go.
But the window's not wide open yet.
So I'll get behind Toisha here and just have a look at that angle that Marco sees. So just enough is there. Does he play attacking, or does he play more of a defensive game? Need to make that decision very quickly under pressure.
Could be on here.
Oh, great shot from Toisha. Great shot. And that is why he's number 23 in the world.
Just take the white ball to where his hand is. Perfect.
Yeah, there's not a lot in it, is it? It's all about weight. And playing very much with what they affectionately call soft hands, particularly that back arm. Nicely done from Toisha.
Looks like you can screw back here for the 6 or either play 2 rails. Looks like the screw back.
So screw back, that's just referring to the white ball. A lot of backspin on that. So once it hits, it'll come back. Nice example of it. So really there are 3 sort of shots, aren't there? There's that, the stop shot, the follow through, and then the screw back.
Yeah, they're the 3 shots you've got to master.
Oh, nicely done again. It's amazing just how quickly things can change.
Another nip draw here. Just nips it.
And so this to take Toisha to a lead of 2 frames to nothing over Roldan, the New Zealand representative. And really, it is just that simple. But it can change very quickly. Find yourself 3-4 frames down and you get that momentum swing, you get that break, table opens up.
That's
and you
right.
find yourself at the table and your opponent sitting out.
That's right. 9 ball's a real tricky game. You can turn at any stage of this game.
So if you've just joined us, you're watching the Sunday night shootout from the Marseille Club in Pukekohe. Jimmy the Professor Henry alongside of me, bringing you all the coverage. Looking at arguably the best cueist in this form of the game to have ever set foot on foreign shores in this country. We've had some wonderful billiards players, Peter Gilchrist and stuff over the years, and of course the great Dean O'Kane in snooker. But in this form, it is Marko Toisha.
Yes, he sets all the standards. All aspects of the game.
So successful off the break, 2 ball down.
Nice layout, I can't see any problems here.
He's mapped that table now. That is just the brilliance. So if you're using a rugby analogy, yep, you think about first phase, but how's that going to lead to second phase, and then possibly off second phase where third phase might end up on a rugby field? Well, these guys have pretty much mapped out second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh and eighth phase.
Pretty much.
So a lot of just mind mapping, a lot of visualization.
The hard part here is just to get onto that 3.
Using that wonderful Predator cue.
Looks like he's going to go inside this 4 ball. The purple ball. Does he? Oh no, he goes up and kisses it. Perfect. Still not home yet. 4 to the 5 is quite hard.
You're looking to head off overseas in April, and he'll be wanting these situations. He'll be wanting tournament play. He doesn't want it easy. He wants to put himself in these situations under some pressure. And just like that, the gunslinger from Eindhoven.
Beautiful angle. Okay, with this angle, he can get back to the 5 now. Get up near the balk line. Right where his piece of chalk is would be ideal. Beautiful.
You spent a bit of time with him during the week and looking at his equipment and carbon fibre, that cue. Great to have Predator on board. We will bring you live coverage of both semi-finals and of course the final. Marko Toisha, well, he's just in control.
Perfect position. Look at that.
The great players, it's not about sinking the ball, it's about the movement of the white. And there's another wonderful demonstration. Well, other than the very first shot of the first frame, he's looked flawless. It's interesting, Jimmy, just talking to him during the week, he sort of will tell you, like a lot of players, they get a sense pretty early on whether they're sort of on or off.
Definitely.
And whether they're, you know...
Yeah, just missing that first couple of shots could throw you right out.
Plenty of experience, you know, he talked about his time, and he does take that third frame, leading 3 frames to 0 over Roldan. And proudly wears that New Zealand shirt, having represented this country, as mentioned, originally out of the Philippines. But you talk to Toisha, you know, a lot of hard years in Europe, a lot of, you know, not making a living, having to do it tough, having to sleep in cars, you know, doubting yourself, but just that hardness that comes from it, if you can emerge through the other side. And now, big break here for Roldan. Really wants to try and shift the momentum. And 8 ball, certainly down.
He's getting no luck on his next ball.
And
there's the 9.
And there we go. So he picks up that frame off the break. So suddenly it is 3 frames to 1. That simple. Everything was correct. The 9 ball went down. It is frame. You don't see that very often off the break because that 9 ball is positioned in that diamond formation.
Yeah, it's quite hard to put the 9 ball off the break. But he needed that. Definitely needed it. Be more relaxed now.
Using the Predator ball here today.
Arcos, yeah, the best balls you can get. Made by Aramis. And this is the advantage of what Marco's got over every other player, is his break. Sits a white ball in the middle of the table.
Yeah, look at the control on that white. Not quite as what we've seen, but consistently always does bring the white ball back into the middle of the table. So what have we got? We've lost the 1 ball.
He's got a combination here. We've got the blue ball next, and it's right next to the 9 ball.
So he's got an opportunity to return the favour on Roldan. Might not have done it off the break, but he potentially could sink the 9 here off just his second shot. The danger is, if he doesn't do it, he will certainly open the door for Roldan to come in and get the job done. So he could play the percentages and
yeah, he's definitely, he's a percentage player, Marco.
Take the 9 out of the equation now and not really play it, or he can roll the dice. But he'll be aware that Las Vegas wasn't built on winners, and so you've got to be measured if you are going to take some risks. What's he looking at here, Jimmy?
He's looking at the plant here.
But what's the, he's not confident just yet, so what's he seeing? What's concerning him at the moment?
Just by missing that plant, he's going to leave it open. So he's going to have a go. There's no really safety shot here, so it's best to have a go here. No safety shot.
Also too, psychological damage that he can send by doing it. Oh, great shot. And that white stays on the table. And the 9, well, he's still in the contest.
But he snookered himself. A little bit unlucky.
And look at him, the Dutch master. And there's been many over the years, Van Gogh. Back to some of the wonderful football teams over the years, Marco van Basten.
Okay, so you're going to see a swerve kick shot here. Swerve around the brown ball. Try and kick the 3 in.
Well, we're seeing all the skills on display at the moment, aren't we?
And it's only 3-1. If Roldan can get back this game here, he'll be riding the game.
There is talk in the future that the 30-second shot clock will come into play, and this is a great scenario where the 30 seconds, suddenly the whole context of this game would change, wouldn't it? Because you just don't have the time.
That's right, exactly, yeah.
And so looking forward to seeing that initiative to come into play, but both players will also understand too that they do want to play it quickly. They're really keen to build the sport, build the audience. But watch the master. Can he do it? Can he do the unthinkable? Oh, missed it completely, and that door's left ajar now.
Okay, Roldan representing all the Filipinos from Newland. There's about 30 or 40 of them that play there. So they'll be watching him. Yeah,
big sport in Asia, isn't it? I was living in Japan in 1989, some 30 years ago, and it was 9 ball was big in Japan, and I understand very, very big in Asia. As he just comes up and puts the 3 away.
It's a nice angle there.
Yeah, no real difficulty on his next shot. In fact, the table's nicely spread for him at the moment.
Oh,
and he just cannot do that against Toysha.
Definitely not.
That is really a complete unforced error. No real pressure on him. And maybe that's just nerves, possibly the reputation of the man he's playing, just factoring in.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to get close to the green ball. Anywhere up the table would have been all right.
So now Marko Toisha, who by his own high standards probably hasn't been 100% happy with the way he's played. As we are into the 5th frame, even though he leads 3 frames to 1.
That last shot by Roldan could eat away at him. Be all over there. Nice screw back, get in line with the 7.
So just watch that spin on that white ball, just bringing it back nicely up the table. There's the Professor picked.
Sliding behind the black here. So put that 9 in the same pocket, I'd say.
So let's just watch the white here. So just brings it off that top rail, beautiful weight on it, and look at that pinpoint precision. This to go 4 frames to 1 in the first to 7 of this quarterfinal of the Masai Sunday night shootout here at the Masai Club in Pukekohe, and it is 4 frames to 1, but you do have to think, Roldan, well, there was an opportunity there, he should have taken it, and was that one shot maybe the reason why he might just exit this tournament in the quarterfinal?
Definitely, yeah, that was a winning shot there by Roldan. All he had to do was pot the 4 ball, he would have been all right anywhere. Okay, let's see his break.
Nice break, nice break.
Oh, that's a perfect break.
Yeah, so that is a very, very good break. 4 balls down off the break. Nice spread. Can he, though, block out the error from the previous frame and not allow it to live rent-free inside his head?
He's got the perfect position here just to go across the table for the 2. Let's concentrate on the pot. Oh my God, that pocket, oh.
Yeah.
Maybe putting his hand on the table made it go in.
He's just a little bit edgy, isn't he, at the moment? He just really hasn't settled. He's been up and down. Just needs to spend some time on the table. Just needs to get that belief, remove any doubt.
A little bit straight here. Switch out for the in-off.
Weight on that, so he won't be kissing that rail or that cushion.
Straight up and down the table, maybe 2 rails.
So you'll hear the frame, that's 1 rail, and it'll just kiss that 2nd rail. Maybe not quite enough weight on that white ball though. Difficult shot.
Big shot.
Big shot, this one. And what we've seen from him so far, you're not most days he'd back himself, but he's been a little bit shaky. Oh, and again just rocks the sides of that bottom right hand corner.
Still nerves there.
Yeah, very nervy. It's the first time that a number of these players have played under live television type conditions. But Marko Toisha too, he's almost a replica type shot. Not an easy shot for him either.
99% he'll pot it.
There you go, that is the call from the Professor.
Just watch how still he stays after the shot.
Yeah, just that follow through, isn't it? It's a little bit like a golf swing.
Exactly, yep.
Just want to make sure you don't lift that head at any point. Follow right through. He's still it's just that hesitation though from Marko as well.
He knows it's an important shot here. It'll win him the game, this shot.
And he does pot it and does take another frame. But on that case, it was not so much a case of Toisha winning that frame, probably more a case of Roldan losing the frame.
Definitely, yeah, it was. He had to get better position on that 9 ball. Too far away, under pressure. Hard ball to pot.
So 5 frames to 1, first to 7, first of the quarterfinals, and just those other quarterfinals that are underway on outside tables.
Yeah, we've got Lincoln against Siva, which is at 3-all. And we have Hassan and Roldan, which is 1-0. So that could take a while, that game. Need the shot clock on those 2 players. Ronald and Hassan.
Oh, good break from Toysha. Look at the position there of that wider game. That's what we talk about. Just for people at home, they'll be watching this thinking, why is the...
Magic rack?
Yep. Why is the magic rack still on the table?
Yeah, well, it's just... With the magic rack, it holds all the balls nice and tight. So every ball will be touching once you use that. Whereas if you use a triangle, they don't touch as well. You get a loose rack, they call it. So he's removed it because the white ball can slide on that plastic magic rack. Okay, there's no safety here as well, so you'll probably go for the plant. There is a safety actually, if you can sit the white ball in behind the 3 ball, red ball. Soft touch, but a little bit risky. So he's 5-1 up and can afford to take this plant on.
Oh, soft hands, beautifully done, beautifully done. Not an easy shot. Well, with the plant, but really you've got 3 balls in play, which brings you back to the traditional form of billiards. It's difficult enough when you've got 2 balls in play, but 3.
Oh, definitely harder, yeah. Okay, he needs to leave himself straight on this angle. He's going to grab his extension.
Yep, so just get you to, so there we go, good example of the use of the extension. So it's just got a thread on the end of the cue, and I was talking to Mark, who's actually had that for 12 years. He was saying that extensions never upgraded it.
Nice shot, perfect angle. See how he's left himself straight on this ball, so he can screw straight.
So we're talking the purple ball here on the left-hand side, bottom of your screen. And then he's thinking about coming back.
For the 5 ball, orange ball.
So the 5 orange ball.
So this is the key here to this whole frame. If he gets to that orange ball, it should be all over. One good shot.
So he needs to bring that white ball back up the table though.
Past his hand.
Yep, so
into the kitchen.
So you'll see the screw shot on the white. And there we go, great example of it. Got enough weight on it, certainly has. Beautifully played from Toysha.
Perfect line. So you might see 2 rails here. And in and then out.
1, 2. So we'll tend to call it the cushion, but yep, known as the rails. Sides of the table. Beautiful, beautiful demonstration.
And all of this comes down to practice, work. 3 or 4 hours a day. Keeping in touch with the cue.
Yeah, it's interesting. We might see Sullivan Clark, New Zealand's big hope, a little bit later. And Sullivan's somebody who does also a lot of running. Likes the aerobic side of it, believes it brings clarity to his mind. So they do a lot of supplementary work as well outside of just playing pool. But this here to take Toysha to match point. And there we go, 6 frames to 1 over Roldan. And another very dominating display from the Dutchman.
And you see a lot of the top players are all fit, you know. When you get to the world standards, they all go to the gym.
You been for a run lately yourself, Jimmy?
Oh, a month ago.
Yeah, and great coverage too. Some wonderful angles. Hope you are enjoying it. Don't forget, if you are living in the Greater Auckland region, Q Sports are your thing. Then get yourself to the Masai Club in Pukekohe and come down and watch some of the best cueists in this country, some of the best cueists in the world. There is room here.
Okay, he has to play a defensive shot here. Even though the 1 ball's on in the middle pocket, he's thinking of going it. Sitting behind the 2 ball here.
Yeah, just didn't hit that at all. Just really just not his day, is it? He's just never really looked comfortable. And it can be like that, can't it? In any sport, you can just turn up and some days it's there and some days it's not. Some days the pockets look bigger than other days. And
definitely, yeah.
you hear a lot of football players talking about taking penalties. In certain stadiums, the goals just look smaller. In other stadiums, they look bigger, and yet the dimensions are exactly the same. So it can just be a bit like that. Oh, great shot. Wow, and then look at the position of the white. Not quite enough for a snooker, but not an easy shot.
Yeah, he got away with that because Roldan now has to jack over the 9. Jack up over the 9.
Okay, I'll just get you to explain that terminology to people.
So this is called a Chinese snooker, when the white ball, or another ball, it's hard to hit the white ball full.
So he's got to come down much higher on the cue ball. Definitely. He's basically got to place the cue over the 9. That's and right, therefore doesn't have complete control of the touch point on the cue ball.
Exactly. Makes it much harder. You know, he's got the same kick shot he just played last shot. Another 2-rail kick. This is the other good aspect of the game. So, what are we going to see him off the rail here? Or is he going to go that centre? Top plays that nicely better. That is better. But what does he do with the white? Perfect.
Does it nicely. So there you go. Is this the momentum swing that he's been looking for? Was that the shot that just brings that confidence back? Looking to maybe try and just speed things up a little bit too. You know, not be so measured perhaps.
No, he's always a fast player. Well done. Plays at this speed all the time.
Yeah, and he's... this time again, just cannot do that. And you sort of sense that that's probably going to be his last time at the table and his last shot in this tournament. %90 chance it is. Look how comfortable he is, you know. He just goes to the shot knowing that he's going to pot it. He's home. Yeah, wonderful display here just to take out this quarterfinal and Toysha to move into the semi-finals of the Sunday night shootout. He just comes back and, well, he had options with the 9 ball, didn't he? And this is his preferred option, and this to win this quarterfinal over Roldan. And that's simple, and it is Marco Toysha who wins the first of the quarterfinals at the Marseille Sunday night shootout. Well, I'm not sure that it's the perfect performance from Toysha, but he'll take it and he'll build on the momentum. Yeah, that's pretty good, mate. That's, you know, pretty good performance. Okay, so you are watching the Sunday night shootout from the Marseille Club in Pukekohe. We will take a quick break and we will come back and chat with Marco Toysha.
They're going to go boom. So they're going to go boom, boom, boom. Make those 70% of the time, you're professional. Give him a hand, Austin. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
And then once we've done the interview, do you want to just get out?
3, yeah.
You're watching the Sunday night shootout here at Marseille in Pukekohe. The first of the quarterfinals. It is Marco Toisha who has won this quarterfinal comfortably, winning 7 frames to 1. Marco, let's talk about that first shot off the break of the very first frame. Very un-Marco Toisha.
Yeah, I mean, it was the first shot of the match, and I mean, I played it a little bit safety of mine, so that means like when I miss it, I would miss it on the right side, so that it comes back and give him a chance. But yeah, I get a bit lucky that I get behind the 3 ball. So yeah, just that's part of the game sometimes.
Roldan, he looked a little bit nervous at times. Maybe the fact that television cameras, also the fact that he is playing you. Did you sense that?
Not really. I mean, of course, everyone feels like a different kind of pressure when they play me, but yeah, I just mainly focus on my own game, and yeah.
And how would you rate your own game today?
I've been playing better. I've been practicing a lot, so I'm feeling like slowly more comfortable. So just just a couple of matches, and then you're right.
Yeah, some difficult shots there at times. Where you sort of put yourself under a little bit of pressure.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a while for me as well to be playing on the live stream, so it's just gives you a different kind of pressure. But yeah, no, I'm feeling good. I'm hitting the ball quite good, so I'm quite excited for next games.
Well, we look forward to watching you in the semi-finals this afternoon.
Thank you.
They're gonna go boom. So they're gonna go boom, boom, boom.
Now, if you make those 70% of the time, you're professional.
Give him a hand, awesome. Much better. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
Well, that's to the spice of it.
To the Marseille Club in Pukekohe. It is the Sunday night shootout and it is the second of the quarterfinals. Danny Kirkhoven, the 25-year-old New Zealand representative, up against the rising star in Sullivan Clark. It will be first to 7 frames for a place in the semi-final. Alongside of me, the Professor Jimmy Henry, as we have a look at Sullivan Clark. What a talent, what a superstar.
Oh yeah, big talent for New Zealand, yeah.
And alongside of him, another youngster too, Danny Kirkhoven. Again, just 25 years of age himself. And a man who, again, will be looking through for a breakthrough performance this afternoon. But he will need to be at his very best. Very much comes in as probably the underdog in this quarterfinal, but a very good player in his own right. So the players will now come to the table to determine who will break. And we'll get Jimmy, the Professor Henry, to take us through this.
Okay, so they're going to just lag for the break, close to the end rail, where they are at the moment, is the option.
And it will be Sullivan Clark who will have the early advantage and has earned the right to break first. So out of Sacred Heart College, a young man who really didn't pick up the sport until he was 18, 19 years of age while studying psychology at Victoria University. Didn't enjoy university, but loved playing the tables, Jimmy.
Oh, definitely, yeah, and it's showing in this game now. Plenty of experience overseas. Both tick all the boxes.
So let's just have a look here when they do rack in 9 ball. Only 2 balls need to be in a certain position, and that is the 1 at the front of the diamond and the 9 in the middle.
That's right, Mark, yep.
And then the balls of the outside balls there,
Yep,
the 8 and the 7, they're what they call a wing ball.
That's right.
And they've got the most likely chance of going down into a pocket
Yes,
off the break.
that's right, you called it.
So Sullivan Clark to break in this first frame, first to 7 quarterfinals. Sunday night shootout, Marseille Club in Pukekohe. And we see the 8 go down, and we talked about that, one of those wing balls. It was the 8 that ended up going down. But is that not ideal for Sullivan Clark? Not the best layout on the table that he would have been hoping for.
Okay, so Mark, here he's got the option of calling a push out if he can't see the 2, which means he can run the white ball, pot any ball, do anything he likes. And then the incoming player has the option of making him play again or taking it himself.
Okay, so we will just... something that you won't have played at home.
He's going to play a safety here, I think. Nick that 2. And go in behind the 3 ball or not. Yeah.
Very calculated. Now, if he had have found himself, if he had have snookered Danny Kirkhoven off that shot, Kirkhoven could have come up and said, no, you play the snooker.
Okay, that's only when they call a push out.
So
that option there, he actually hit the ball, tried to go for a snooker. Okay, so Danny will just put this 2, come back behind the 3.
Nice start too,
yep,
for this 25-year-old Kirkhoven.
And now he'll try and snooker him.
So now Kirkhoven, he'll want to get off to a good start. We heard earlier in the first quarter-final, Marco Toisha, the number 1 seed, talking about, you know, playing under lights, television cameras on you. It is a different feel for some of these players. Not used to the spotlight, so you've got to get used to those peripheral things that you won't always get in other tournaments.
A little bit too hard. You'll be disappointed with that. He should have snookered him at least.
But still not an easy shot here for Sullivan Clark. The purple ball is on his mind.
Yeah, he's got plenty of options here. Probably go for a safety shot here, hide behind the 7 and 9. Double that 3 ball out behind that 9-7.
So the 3 ball, red ball is the object ball.
Okay, made a lot of distance there, which is good. But I think Danny can hit that 3 ball.
Yeah, there's certainly a line. There is certainly, I think, a gap between the cue ball and that brown 7. Might just see if we can get that overhead shot of the table. And there we go. That gives you a really good look at it. So he plays it nicely. Now, what does he do with the white ball here? Well, he's opened the door for Sullivan Clark. You won't be happy with that.
Definitely not, no. Nor Sullivan, because this 3 ball is quite straight. Which means you can't move that white ball around. Excuse me.
Yeah, big raps on Sullivan Clark. A lot of people saying that he could be the biggest name in Q Sports since Dino Kane. A lot of pressure on a young man, but very, very intelligent.
Both settling into the game.
Yeah, you do just sense a little bit of nerves because shots we've seen are somewhat uncharacteristic based on their reputations and what they've achieved in the game.
Yeah, he had a difficult, it was an easy shot, but couldn't do anything with the white ball, and that's why he played it like that.
It's a difficult shot, but then suddenly you put television cameras and bright lights and television commentators in the background, and suddenly that cue just feels a little bit heavier, doesn't it?
Yeah, twice as hard. Oh, that could be a good double here.
Nice shot. Does it go down? It does go down. Beautiful shot. So, Danny Kirkhoven.
Okay, Danny's been around for quite a while now. Must be over at least 6 or 7 years. And now his game is starting to shine through. Oops, just jinxed him. Hang on, he might be lucky. No,
Commentator's curse, Jimmy.
hasn't settled down yet.
I'm just looking across. He didn't hear you, so he's not going to give you the evil stare at the moment. So now, Sullivan, this is somewhat of a messy frame. No one really taking the momentum, taking the opportunities presented. But you'd expect now for Sullivan to clear the table.
That was a beautiful shot. Perfect line on the 5 ball.
Yeah, interviewed him earlier during the week, and I've got to say, very, very impressed. A different personality to Marco Toisha. He's
more of a relaxed player.
Yeah, but he's very academic in his approach. But that's his makeup too. So
That's right,
he he knows who he is as a person. He knows what his personality is. But he seems also a player who will move on from a missed opportunity or a poor shot. He won't let it sit there and live rent-free in his head.
Yeah, that's right. He's got a good mental game. Probably one of the best techniques in New Zealand.
It's interesting because you'll hear people at home saying, what do you mean technique? Surely there's just one way of doing it. We all do it right. But it's like anything, isn't it? It's about foot placement. It's about balance. It's about the softness in which you hold the cue.
And the key point, stay still. Look how still he was. Never moved one little iota.
And there it is. So it is Sullivan Clark who takes this first frame in the first to 7 of the second quarter final of the Sunday night shootout. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. A very good runner in his own right out of Sacred Heart College, as mentioned. He does use his running. He enjoys it. He finds it a really good way of developing the mental side of his game. And up close, he's sort of almost got the build of a Nick Willis too. He looks like he'd be a very good middle distance athlete.
Oh, definitely, yeah. He could run for miles, I'd say.
So big break now coming for Danny Kirkhaven. Kirkhaven, he's another one that looks relatively relaxed too, doesn't seem to be too phased. But big break coming for him.
Yeah, another New Zealand junior. Tough one here. Yellow ball. It's going to get to the blue ball. I don't know where that's going.
Yeah, difficult shot. So having to play up the table.
Just pot the ball. Take your medicine.
And he misses the pot. And it would have been nice position too on the white.
Mate, look at that, perfect position.
Would have been perfect position, but got the second phase right, but unfortunately fell over on the first phase.
Still hasn't settled down yet.
Yeah, there hasn't been a lot of fluidity so far in this quarter-final. Another difficult shot here for Sullivan Clark.
Both settling in, you know, you can expect these misses early on, but later in the game you will see them improve. Probably try and hide behind this purple ball.
And he does, plays the defensive shot, looks to try and snook and does a nice job of it too, because that 3 ball also comes up and just shuts that channel on the left hand side of the cue ball down. Remembering the target ball is the yellow 1. Nice job.
And yeah, Sullivan, yeah, he's got a kick shot here. Plenty of overseas experience. Another player going to the World 10 ball in a couple of weeks' time.
Just have a look here too, just if you look at the cue there, that sort of where it's positioned on that white cue ball. And look at that, nicely played. Brings it back up the table and says to Danny Kirkhaven, anything you can do, I can do. You did it to me, I'm going to do it to you. And does it brilliantly.
Yes, nice kick shot. Yeah, I think Danny's going to look at 2 rails here, kicked and behind the 6. And kicked the 1 ball up the back. And he's been putting a bit of time in with Marco. So you're going to see a big change in his game. Oh. Mistake. Ball in hand to Sullivan. Once he gets rid of that 1, 2 and 3, the table will be wide open. The hard part is the 4 to the 6.
So brings the ball back up the table.
Perfect line on the 2 ball for the 3 ball.
So the 2 ball being the blue ball, must sink the balls in order 1 through 9. Whoever sinks the 9 wins the frame. If you are joining us and you're not familiar with this format of Q Sports.
Okay, here's the key here to this whole frame.
You sort of sense with Sullivan that if he can just get some momentum here, finish this frame, that he will settle down.
Best position on the table here would be to get in line with that 7, get somewhere around that 7 if he gets there. Like so. He's got the perfect line to play 2 rails here. Oh, a little bit straight. Force the ball around the table.
You mentioned that he's heading off overseas, and we've talked about it too. While they're playing in a tournament, they will good opportunity to put themselves in some difficult scenarios that they might find themselves in.
Beautiful speed. Has he got enough speed? No, he hasn't.
On the biggest, find themselves on the biggest stage, and therefore this is just a little bit of an audition, isn't it? It's about saying, well, how did I handle it?
Definitely good practice for the world champs. Danny might have a chance if he misses this. We'll be hoping.
So look what he does. He does miss it. And he has opened the door. So you'd expect Danny Kirkhoven here to pot the stakes.
And if Danny can run this rack, he'll be settled right in then. He's only, it's 1 each. But he must finish this off. Give himself a chance.
So what, does he play a follow-through shot here, or?
Yes, definitely up the table and back down. Just touch it in. Stay near the middle, as he does.
A great example of that.
Oh, he's right up the table, a bit far away from his next ball. See, I can see these 3 balls going in the one pocket.
Well, this can go 2 ways in a shot like that. If he can sink this, well, that'll give him huge confidence, and that'll just give him. But if you miss it, then you potentially start getting a little bit jittery, don't you? So, really key moment in this game for Danny Kirkhoven. Really never looked like it. And now the door well and truly left ajar for Sullivan Clark just to walk through the door.
Only thing wrong with these young players coming through, they haven't got the experience, in these big matches.
Dealing with adversity too, isn't it? And it's just saying, hey, don't let the pressure get to me. We saw Marco Toisha earlier in the first of the quarterfinals, the number 23 in the world, a hardened professional. He at times didn't play the perfect frame, but found a way.
9 in the same pocket. Oh, I know, it's run through. Not easy, but
No, we'll just get a look at the
should be makeable.
just look at get that aerial shot here, just of how close he is to that rail. It's a nice shot. And there it is. So at first frame goes to Sullivan Clark in the race to 7, and what can probably best be described as a Sullivan Clark, in fact, 2 frames to nothing, but another messy frame. Neither player really looking that settled.
No, definitely both of them are not settled yet. But they've still got another match, another 2 matches in the final to make the final. Semis after this.
Now, I'll just get you to explain that little piece of equipment that's on the table.
The Magic Rack, yep. Okay, so that Magic Rack actually holds all the balls tight together, and all of them are touching. Whereas if you use just a normal rack, could get loose balls in there somewhere.
So every ball wants to be kissing another ball.
Definitely,
Yep.
and then they got more control of that whole
Yep.
pack and know what everything's doing.
And they're using the Predator ball.
Yep, the Predator Arcadia. Best balls on the market at the moment by Aramuth.
So it'll be Sullivan Clark, and coming from the playing on his right hand side of the table. Why the right, not the left?
I just think he's better, more open on the right hand side there. He's got more of a swing on that side. More open so he can push right out. But more of a controlled break.
So we saw that 4 ball in the bottom left hand pocket. Not ideal though, is it? With that cue ball on the 1, the yellow ball.
Yeah, he'll go for gold here. He'll take this 1 ball on, I'd say. Nowhere to hide. unless he wants to get back behind that 3 ball, 8 ball.
So middle pocket, does he play aggressively?
No, he's playing defensively.
He's going to play defensively. You hear it from the Professor, Jimmy Henry.
Let's have another look.
Probably feels being 2 frames up at the moment, that he can probably afford to be a little bit defensive.
I think he'll hide behind that red and black ball, maybe. He's trying to. There you go, beautiful.
Yeah, lovely defensive shot, therefore potentially snookering Danny Kirkhoven. Well, this will give us a better indication. Is there a channel for Kirkhoven to go through?
I don't think so.
So that 3 ball just obscuring the cue ball from the object ball being that 1 ball, and so it does come back up the table.
Well,
this is the one form of the game where flukes are allowed, but that is a very good shot by design or more by luck?
by luck. Yeah, all he could do was kick it. And the same with Sullivan here, you know, all he can do is go behind the 1 ball and kick it and hope for a bit of luck.
I'll keep saying this in terms of Sullivan Clark's development. I think he'll appreciate some of the awkwardness of these first 3 frames, where he's been sort of forced into, I guess, what you'd call probably sort of almost unorthodox type positions.
Yeah, definitely. In some of these games, you know, you do have this sort of play, a lot of it. A lot of safety play, a lot of kick shots, a lot of luck. Oh, he's missed it altogether.
Yeah, he's a better player than that. Much, much better player than that. And so he won't show it, but he'll be disappointed. But he is a guy who will put that out of his mind very quickly.
Well, actually, he must have nicked it there, Mark. Danny ain't taking ball in hand, so...
Okay, so we do apologise for that. Certainly looked from here that then gravity goes the way of Danny Kirkhoven, but what has he left himself now? What has he left himself now? What options does he have here?
Yeah, he's just going to run behind that orange ball down the back there. Try and hide behind that red ball.
So another defensive shot.
Not very good, but...
No. Always small margins, isn't it? Just the weight in which you put on the cue ball, and of course the table surfaces themselves run differently from table to table at times as well.
Oh, definitely, yeah. If you've got a good cloth or if you've got a worn cloth, they run differently. Depends on the rubbers, how good the rubbers are, whether they run fast. And obviously the stretch of the cloth too makes a big difference.
So you've played here at the Masai Club in Pukekohe. This is the championship table, the television table. The cloth on this versus the cloth on the outside tables.
Yeah, this cloth is much faster and a little bit quicker.
So they've got to make that adjustment, don't they? Particularly if they haven't spent a lot of time on the championship table.
Oh, definitely, yeah. They bounce way different from the outside tables. Especially with all the heat and the lights and the humidity.
All the little subtleties that the average person at home will never ever factor in, but at this level these players will feel every little moment of it. So another really niggly shot for Danny Kirkhoven.
Nearly got lucky.
Yeah, you almost feel like a little bit of a Hail Mary though, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's just struggling at the moment, but hopefully he gets into form soon, into stroke.
So, looking at the spread there, Jimmy, is it just a case now of
ABC?
Sullivan going ABC?
Definitely. Perfect position on the 3 ball. Easy to get to the 5 ball. A little bit straight, but still good. Beautiful punch shot.
Yeah, he'll be wanting to, by the end of this quarterfinal, if he can get through, Sullivan Clark, he'll be wanting to really starting to hit his straps, won't he? Semi-finals, knowing that potentially it could end up with a showdown between him and the great Marco Toisha.
Definitely.
He won't want to be coming into the semi-finals with indecision or a lack of precision at key times.
Well, both Marco and Sullivan's warm-up games, I'd call them, are just warming up for the next game.
Getting a feel for, as we said, the cloth, getting feel for this championship table. You
might have to go to the other side of the table here to put this 8 ball. It's got a bit too much angle there.
Don't often see the players using the jigger. We all
No.
sort of have a jigger. We always used to love the jigger when we were playing sort of on those wooden warped tables at camping grounds around the country. Our director sort of nodding his head as well in the background, saying, yep, well and truly familiar with those.
Yeah, those extensions, yeah, make a longer cue to reach the ball. So you don't see very many people using the jigger no more. Let's see how he plays this. He just has to probably just bunt it in, pocket weight, as he does, and take the long shot.
So nice from Sullivan Clark.
Okay, this is where we're going to see if he keeps still. One of the best techniques in New Zealand.
There you go, Sullivan Clark make it 3 frames to nothing. You are watching the Sunday night shootout, the second quarter final between 2 of the young rising stars of New Zealand Q Sports and Danny Kirkhoven. And this man on screen, Sullivan Clark. You talk about technique, Jimmy, and not moving. Why do players move? What are they not doing?
Well, the pressure of the shot is the big thing.
So they're just shaky, adrenaline, just a bit nervous.
And they know how much it means, you know, just to put that one ball. That's why a lot of people miss is, or lift up. It's just the pressure of the shot, that one ball. But if you do hours and hours of practice, it's just natural, you know, you stay still.
But yeah, talking to Marco Toisha and Sullivan Clark during the week, it is just about all comes down to grip and stuff and not gripping that backhand too hard. Very good break, very good break.
Nice opportunity here for Danny. Still quite hard to get to that purple ball, which is next. It looks like he's going to take the 9 on here, Mark.
Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. So he's going to basically look to play the 2 ball onto the 9. 9 goes down, he wins the frame.
Or the white ball onto the 9.
He plays the white ball onto the 9. You picked it, Jimmy. Didn't quite pull it off, but the nice thing is that he is still in control of this table.
It's still at the table.
And still at the table.
A big moment here in the game for Danny.
Oh, nice shot, but where's the white? Just keep an eye on the white. Is he happy with that? Not ideal, but not bad either.
Very tough shot here in his circumstances. 3-0 down.
But you would expect a New Zealand representative to be able to pop this, surely.
Low percentage shot. There you go.
Ooh, okay. Keep talking about just not maybe being just a little bit nervous. I mean, you'd be, with your experience, you'd be very good at just picking up whether we are seeing movement in their techniques. Have you noticed anything in Danny when he's at the table? Is he?
Yeah, Danny's got a good technique, you know, real good technique, but I think the situation's just, you know, he's starting to miss those easy balls. He's starting to build up all that baggage, you know, he has to carry that bad baggage with him. More times he misses. But hopefully he's still got time to settle down. It's only early in the game. And I think one frame will get him off, you know, off to a good start.
Okay, another nice defensive shot here from Sullivan Clark. Would you describe Sullivan Clark as a defensive or more attacking type mindset?
Oh, he plays percentages.
Yep.
All day long, percentage. You play the right shot every day.
So,
No good.
no, it's really just opening the door well and truly, isn't it, for Sullivan? And so you want to bring that white ball back up the table. So does he just screw shot here? You can just sort of see where that Q-tip is on that, well below the centre line of the white ball. And there we go, great example of it. Just that back spin, bringing the ball back up the table. Nicely done from Sullivan Clark.
Again, perfect position. Another guy that puts in lots of hours. And that's why he's one of the best in New Zealand.
This to go to a 4-frame-to-nothing lead in this quarterfinal of the Massey Sunday night shootout. And just like that, Sullivan Clark starts to get that nervous system up and just starts to settle down. And Danny Kirkhoven under real pressure now. What does he need to do to shift the momentum here?
Yeah, he just needs to, I
Just
think
needs to make his shots.
Yeah, make one frame, you know. Get one frame and then you'll be away. That's all you need to do is get one frame.
The length of this particular table?
9 foot.
9 foot.
Approximately 3 metres, 2.9.
Yeah.
By 1.3. Yeah, Danny just, you know, he's here for the experience. It's like Sullivan and Marco are well experienced, you know, top experienced players. And plenty of overseas experience as well.
Just looking at that bridging technique where they place the cue on the hand there from Sullivan. Yeah, not the break he'd be hoping for. So he's going to take a bit of a seat. Dry break, nothing dropping, and that means that Danny Kirkhoven will come to the table here with a reasonably good spread. The first challenge is that yellow 1 ball. Just a little bit too much weight on that too.
Still settling in. You know, he's here, you know, I think the experience has got him. Not enough experience.
So what's Sullivan will be mapping this table here? What's he seen?
Yeah, he's just going to play the 1 ball down the corner there and then get him behind the 2 ball. Watch what the white ball does.
Yep, and that
Beautiful.
2 ball being the blue ball there at the top end of the table. Maybe just a little bit too much weight. Does it go his way? Gravity. Is he kissing that corner of that pocket? I'm not sure that he is. But he won't be happy with that. You talk about the cloth running just a little bit quicker on this table as well, and is that an example?
Yeah, there's an example there, Mark.
Nice shot, great comeback shot. Well, that is a classy shot under pressure.
Still got a lot of work to do. Got to get behind that purple ball now somehow. And pass that 8 ball.
So it is the yellow 3 ball, and then he just follows through.
Yeah, can you follow through and just get past that 8 ball?
So what we mean by follow through is once the white ball connects with the object ball, the 3, it keeps moving forward. A great example. Puts a little bit of a screw on it and puts the 8 down. Brilliant play. So a lovely little plant from Sullivan Clark. 2 very good shots. Has a little smile to himself though. He's not a guy who shows a lot of emotion.
Definitely not, no. No emotion at all.
Yeah, I tell you what, you wouldn't want some of these cueists to be playing poker and sitting opposite them at a table, because they'd give you nothing, they'd show you nothing.
That's a good shot, a little bit straight.
So now he's got to come back up the table with the white for that orange 6 ball.
Let's see what sort of shot he plays. He could either just screw back, or he could screw back with spin. Watch what the white ball does. Once it hits the rail, it goes out towards the 5.
Okay, 5 ball, my apologies. A green ball there.
Nice shot. They might need a ref for this next shot after if he puts that 5 ball. Go in the middle. Does.
Oh, lovely shot. Now what does he do with the white? Does he have enough weight on it? Does he bring it back down? Just skewing it at the moment, Jimmy.
Okay, they call this a do or die shot, Mark. He's going to have a go for the top right hand corner.
So the green ball is the object ball. Top right hand corner of your screen.
Yeah, I can't see a safety here.
Do or die.
Look at this, look at this.
And look at that. Does it have the angle? That is
Wow.
brilliant. That is absolutely world class from Sullivan Clark. Oh, this is a good frame. This is a good frame from the rising star. And just like that, Sullivan Clark takes complete and utter control of this quarterfinal in what was simply a wonderful back end. Wonderful, wonderful 9 ball.
Okay, it's looking a little bit bleak here for Danny.
Let's just have a look at this again here. Look at that. Really, that was the momentum shift right there. That's the turning point. We talked about heading into the semi-finals with some form. Well, it's those sorts of shots, and then this just takes it to another level again. How difficult is that?
Well, like I say, do or die. If he missed that, it was all over. Beautiful position. Beautiful finish.
That's why a lot of people are billing this young man to provide New Zealand a point of view in Q Sports internationally going forward. Good break though from Danny Kirkhoven, but he's still yet to really sort of master that art, is he, of just bringing that white ball back into the middle of the table. It's going to play out from quite nicely here at the moment though.
Yeah, I think he's got nothing to lose here now. Just go all out. Enjoy the moment.
Yep.
Gather the experience.
I sometimes wonder too, with the 30-second shot clock, you might just see some of these players who get a little bit wound up with the lights and the television. Under a 30-second shot clock, you've just got to clear your mind, don't you? And sometimes just the clock forces you to play without so much analysis, and that provides a level of freedom.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the clock puts a lot of pressure on players as well. He's got a pretty good angle, not that good an angle, but he has to punch it up and sitting behind the purple ball.
So you talk about do or die. We saw previously, well, it's do or die frame, it's do or die on every one of these shots now for Danny Kirkhoven.
Right behind the orange ball. That's not bad. Not bad. Good shot. Still ain't given up on him yet, but hard to come back from 5-0 down.
Yeah, certainly against the experience of Sullivan Clark. Having interviewed him and been around a lot of high performance type sport, I'm apart. Very, very impressed by this young man. He certainly, asked him some pretty curly questions and he provided some very good answers to those. And I'm not sure he's a player who's going to get too phased by too much.
He's looking at hitting that 4 ball, but that 8 ball's in the way.
I think he's got huge belief in himself.
No, definitely.
So does he play defensively here?
Key is just to hit the ball. You don't want to give the ball and hand away.
So he plays it, touches it nicely, and now let's just have a look here.
Oh,
he is going to open the door though, so a lot to like about it, but maybe just a little bit too much weight on that cue ball.
Okay.
Well, really now, let's be honest here with Danny Kirkhoven.
It's all in the open.
He just cannot. He just needs to play the way we all know he can play.
4 relatively easy balls and all stop shots.
Yeah, some wonderful camera angles here. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. Sunday night shootout. Marseille Club in Pukekohe. If you do live in the Auckland region, Q Sports is your thing. Jump in your car. We're going to have the finals later on this afternoon. 2 semi-finals still to come.
Nice.
Yeah, this is better from Kirkhoven to get himself on the board. Trailing 5 frames to nothing at the moment. First to 7.
He needs a jigger.
I love the jigger. Every amateur loves the jigger.
Definitely, yeah.
You always felt when you're at that warped wooden table at the camping grounds over some around the country at your mate's place that if you had the jigger, you'd make the shot. And there you go. Still doesn't maybe do it as cleanly as he wanted to, but he's on the board now. And so, 5 frames to 1. Sullivan Clark over 25-year-old Danny Kirkhoven. It appears to be very good sportsmanship always between the players. You know, everyone seems to get on quite well. Just from what I've observed behind the scenes, you know, it'd be nice to maybe at times bring a bit of rock music, some cheerleaders, and a bit of sledging, but that might come in time.
Yeah, well, we all get on. We all get on good.
No, it's a wonderful game. And watching, like all sport, those at the highest level just do some incredible things. A real star here. Sacred Heart College. From a running background, Sullivan Clark with the break. And good break.
Nice control.
Yeah, man, look.
We didn't want that to go in, but
as we said, you've talked, he is going to head overseas. He is going to go and play in Las Vegas and in the States. And it's these unorthodox scenarios
definitely, yeah,
provide him that experience.
Yep. He'll see all situations. He's been through it before.
I remember covering the New Zealand Track and Field Championships in Wellington with 1500 metre runner Nick Willis, very slow 1500 metre final, but it meant that he had to do the last 400 incredibly quick to win it, and he actually was so pleased with the way the race played out because he said, look, I get those scenarios in Europe, I get those scenarios in the States, particularly in heats and semi-finals where it can be slow and quite tactical. And to be able to run that last 453 seconds in a race scenario was really good for him because it allowed him then to gain that experience. And, you know, it's not dissimilar in this, is it?
Oh, no, it's exactly
How
the
do
same.
you deal with those sort of, you know, the exceptions to the rule, not the rule type shots or scenarios?
Yeah, it's all percentage play. Situations you're in, you know what shot to play. He knows what shot to play. He's going to hide behind the 9 ball, maybe.
So let's have a look how he plays this defensively. Does he have enough weight on it? Beautifully played. But, is there a channel? I think there is. We'll just go and have a look at, there we go. So, intent was right. But execution, just a little off, but still a very difficult shot now for Danny Kirkhoven.
I think he's settled in now. He'll make this.
And he does make it. Well picked, Jimmy. Well picked, Jimmy.
If he can make this, I think he'll have this frame.
Big shot. Sometimes you might just feel like it's getting away from you. You're not quite seeing it right. And it just takes that one shot for that belief to come back, for the nerves to settle and to get into the zone. And are we seeing that?
Look at that.
That is nice. Nice 9-ball now.
Oh, wow. How unlucky is that? Sitting behind the 8-ball.
Here we go.
Looks like it's still on, but...
Yeah, is he going to... No, I think he can avoid kissing the 8, can't he?
No, he can't.
No, he can't? You don't think so?
It's going across
I was
the
never
table.
good at mathematics and geometry at school. I think I just played too much sport.
Across the table. Nice. At least he hit it.
Yeah, not an easy shot now for Sullivan. Well, it's amazing, isn't it? You talk about sport coming down to small percentages. That's a great example of it. So Sullivan Clark just looking across to you, Jimmy.
Yeah, just wanted to remove that magic rack. I said, sure, go ahead.
So what he'd normally ask a referee, would he?
Yeah, referee would usually do it. So this is the shot here that'll show us what Sullivan's been doing lately.
Yeah, big shot, big shot. Not so much about the context of this, but more about the type of form that he's going to take to the United States, and clearly in good form.
Oh, definitely. That was a great shot.
Great shot. We could have one of the great finals this afternoon if Sullivan Clark goes all the way through and Marco Teuscher, the Dutchman, goes through.
Nice shot. Good angle to choose what pocket he wants a 9-ball to go in. I think he's going to go 2 rails, or he could just bunt it in. But
So when you're talking 2 rails, you're talking about the cue ball coming off 2 rails.
behind it, yeah, behind the 9-ball.
So 1, 2.
There you go.
It's going to kiss the 3rd rail. And that easily, or that easy, and suddenly it is Sullivan Clark leading 6 frames to 1. Match point for him. Danny Kirkhoven. I mean, he had his chances, didn't he? And then just that little bit too much weight, or as we've talked about, maybe this cloth just running just a little bit quicker than the outside tables. And
Yeah, just a millimetre in it.
but great replay, great shot there of a pivotal moment in this quarterfinal for Sullivan Clark, but a pivotal moment in terms of demonstrating to us why he's a force to be reckoned with internationally. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. Great pictures being brought to you by the Stream Shop.
Nice break. Oh, look at that 3-9. Looks inviting.
Okay, so what ball did we see go down? A 1-ball. And so now it's across to the blue 2. It's got a good spread here. Just needs to slow down and be patient. How quickly does it take a player to get a feel for the rub of the cloth?
Yeah, well, you know, it takes him about, it should take him 1 frame.
1 frame.
Yeah, a few shots, there you go.
Yeah.
Nice 9-ball there. 3-9.
Yeah.
Game over.
That is very, very good from Danny Kirkhoven. And that's what it's all about. It's whoever sinks the 9 wins the frame. And so a good break, good spread.
Here we go, folks. Another replay. Nick the 3 and put the 9.
Yeah,
There you
great
go.
shot. Wonderful shot. I wonder what
Another
that does.
view.
Wonder what that does for his confidence now.
Beautiful shot. Still don't count him out, but a hard road to come back.
You probably still just haven't seen enough consistency, have we, at the moment? You know, if this was, say, the, you know, first 17, then I think you'd still say, look, it's open.
Well,
And I just sort of feel from what we've seen from the previous frame and a couple of shots there from Sullivan that if he can avoid the dry break here, then there's no reason why he can't clear the table.
Win ball. Yep. Is that one going to go far enough? Yes, it has.
So what ball have we dropped?
Beautiful.
Dropped the 8 ball, haven't we? The black 8 ball. Now, normally when you're playing pool at home, as my director's given me the thumbs up, I'm going to go back to my scenario of playing at camping grounds around the country. If you sink the 8, normally you'd lose the game. Not in this game, not in this format. It's terrible, isn't it, when you were sort of like playing in unders, overs, and suddenly you'd miss the black and lose the game, or you pot the black and then pot the white and you'd lose the game. That's the great thing about the sport. We've all played it, haven't we?
Oh, it's one of the biggest sports in, well-played sports in the world, sorry.
Mm.
Everyone's had a cue in their hand. Okay, looks pretty good here, Mark. Just the orange ball is the hard ball, the 5 ball. So he's got the blue, red and the purple, I'd say. So this is the key here, Mark. If he can leave himself a good angle to pot that purple ball and slide him behind the orange ball down here, or run into it, open it up.
Well, I think, for Sullivan Clark, if he's to really establish himself on the world stage, and he did a very good job of it in sort of August, September last year, of sort of introducing himself to sort of the wider professional community, then he really needs to be making these shots and setting up that next shot, and he'll know that.
Okay, folks, can he slide him down behind the orange ball? So he can slide him behind the orange ball, and also gives him the option of playing a snooker down there.
So
he's got 2 options here, to just run it in and play the snooker behind the brown ball.
So you're saying that the white ball will follow the purple ball. The purple ball is the object ball which he's looking to sink, and then it's what he does with the white ball.
That's right, yeah.
So does he play that white ball in a position which allows him to continue, or does he play defensively?
Defensively.
So he plays defensively. So that's a very, very difficult shot now for...
The thing here, he's sitting on the rail, Mark, so he can't really control the ball. He can't get up or down on the ball because the rail's in the way.
Yeah,
so he can't hit low on the ball. Still going to try and sit behind the brown ball and punch the orange ball around the table.
Well, does it nicely. Now, the orange ball, it's the further it goes up the table. Oh, great shot, great shot.
Pretty good.
We'll have a look at the aerial and just see whether there is a channel. You can get past the green.
No. Oh, you can swerve. Oh no, you can see it.
So there is a channel, a clear channel, but it's going to require precision here.
Swerving around the green ball. Okay, golden opportunity for Sullivan to finish it off here.
Yeah, we didn't get a shot there, but you talked about that swerve, but the swerve, you sort of see the cue angled a lot higher on the cue ball, so they're lifting the cue up a lot higher and hitting down on the cue ball.
Exactly, Mark, exactly.
And that what provides us, puts a certain spin on the ball, which allows that ball to sort of
arc around, Around, yeah.
Great word, arc.
Okay, this is the money ball here. He pots this, he wins the money. He's got the money, he's got the money. He's running to the bank with the money.
So 3 shots away from a place in the semi-finals for the 25-year-old out of Sacred Heart College.
Which is white ball control. Just to that spot on the table. Look at this. See, get on the spot.
Brilliant. So just a sort of a screw shot, but
yeah, just holding the white ball.
But just bringing it back also on the angle.
Same with this shot, just done up behind the line.
Yep. So just
with a little bit of spin to get closer.
So this for a spot in the semi-finals. Sullivan Clark over Danny Kirkhoven. And just like that, it is all over. And Sullivan Clark takes out this quarter-final 7 frames to 2. And as we move through that particular quarter-final, you just sort of sense that Sullivan Clark more and more got into his own.
Oh, definitely, yeah. He's just building up to this final. You know, he's got one more match before the final, but he's just coming into form now.
Okay, so we will take a wee break here from the Sunday night shootout at the Maasai Club in Pukekohe. We'll come back and we'll catch up with our quarter-final winner, Sullivan Clark.
They're going to go boom. So they're going to go boom, boom, boom.
Now, if you make those 70% of the time, you're professional.
Give him a hand, Austin. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
Standing there, and you'll be standing in.
Finally getting used to this.
It looks good on the back.
Yeah, does it?
Welcome back to the Maasai Club here in Pukekohe, the Sunday night shootout. We've just seen a quarter-final between Danny Kirkhoven and the rising star of New Zealand Q Sports in Sullivan Clark. Sullivan Clark winning the quarter-final 7 frames to 1. He is standing by. And we'll just...
Okay, so I'm here with our quarterfinalist winner, Sullivan Clark. Sullivan, it's this tournament was supposed to be in August last year. 7 months later, it's a long time coming. Looked like played pretty well out.
To just apologise there for the dropout in comms, so just make adjustment to that microphone.
Just keep up on my knowledge in terms of my body or in terms of the mind or anything that's just going to benefit me on the table. So to be honest, just anything that's going to help me last long in terms of hours or in terms of just over a few days of playing a pool tournament, anything like that. Cardio, reading, as I said, hydration, diet, any form of research really.
Yep. And finally, I mean, it's a pretty hot day here today. We haven't got a lot of aircon or anything in here. How's that affected the cloth and just the run of the balls? Have impacted you at all?
Yeah, it's actually a really good question, Bernie, because I started noticing that in about the second frame that the balls were contacting a lot longer. In other words, like the balls were, because it's more humid and it's getting hot, the balls were sticking together a bit more, so you notice that the contact was a little bit thicker. The balls perhaps threw a little bit more when you use a bit more spin, or when you're using less spin you can get skid. So it's just something to be aware of, as you've said, and if you can understand the conditions, it's easy to adjust quickly, easier to adjust, yeah.
Oh, that's great. Well, all the best for your semi-final. We'll see you a little bit later on today.
Cheers.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
And thanks to Bernie Andres there for conducting that interview with Sullivan Clark. Hope you are enjoying live coverage of the Sunday night shootout here from the Maasai Club in Pukekohe. Don't go away because we've got semi-final action not too far away, and then of course later on this afternoon we will bring you the final. But if you do live in the Auckland region, you want to watch some of the best Qiuists in the country, some of the best Qiuists in the world, we do encourage you to get yourself to the Maasai Club in Pukekohe. Don't go away, we'll be back with more shortly.
They're They're going to go boom. So they're going to go boom, boom, boom.
Now, if you make those 70% of the time, you're professional.
Give him a hand, Austin. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
Well, that's to the spice of it.
They're going to go boom. So they're gonna go boom, boom, boom.
And if you make those 7% of the time, you're professional.
Give him a hand, Austin. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
Well, that's to the spice of it.
sit down over there, don't think I will wave at some point. When I wave, that means you guys can then come to the table. Because these cameras are going to do a little bit of a video shot. So just stay seated. When you see me wave, Marco might see me first. Then you guys can step up and do your see who breaks, yeah? Welcome to the Marseille Club in Pukekohe. It is semi-final time of the Sunday night shootout in Q Sports. 9-ball is the format. Marco Toisha up against Ronald Lopez in what should be an absolute classic. It is the first to 7 frames. Which one of these two will make their way through to this afternoon's final? There he is, the man who's ranked number 23 in the world, the Dutch master, Marco Toisha, arguably the best player to have arrived on New Zealand shores in this format of the game. There have been some great players over the years in other formats in the sports of snooker and billiards itself. His competitor, Ronald Lopez, well, he certainly comes in as the underdog, but another guy you just would not want to play poker with at a poker table because he will show nothing, he will give nothing. He is the consummate professional. Joining me in commentary today is the professor himself, Jimmy Henry. Jimmy, let's talk a little bit about Ronald Lopez. We know a lot about Marco Toisha. We'll talk more about him shortly. What chance do you give him?
Yeah, I give him a good chance. Very good player. Can play. He's got all the shots. He ticks all the boxes. He knows when to play the right shots. So, yeah, I give him a good chance.
And so here the two players just determining who will break first. And it is Marco Toisha who gets the cue ball closest to that top rail or the cushion. And so rather than flipping a coin, that's the way they do it, Jimmy.
Yeah, that's called a lag. Everybody lags off to see who breaks first, and the advantage is to break.
And now 9-ball, of course, got to sink the balls 1 through 9 in order. The only balls that need to be in the set position in the way they are racked is the 1-ball on the front and the 9-ball in the middle. The two widest balls on that triangle or on that diamond, which in this case is the 3 and the 8 and known as the wing balls, and they have the greatest chance of going down off the break. So Toisha, he prefers the right hand side of the table to break, or the left hand side of the table I should say, the right hand side when we look at it on screen. And so first to 7 frames.
And this is where Marco's got the advantage, is break. Nice control.
And immediately the 8 goes down. And so, just to have a look at the way things are now positioned on this table. Not ideal for Toisha, but he'll get a pretty good idea on what's required here in terms of mapping this table. He'll do it very quickly and he'll sum it up in his own head through experience. 19 years he's been playing, 8 years as a professional.
Okay, Marco, here he will play the percentage and try and sit that 1-ball in behind the 6. Like I said, his advantage is the break. It's just having a look if it can go past that 6-ball.
You might just see if we can have a look above the table here, just so you get an idea of. It just gives you the best opportunity in terms of whether there's a clear channel for a ball to run.
Very tight. At pace that could go in.
So he's got the experience here. Is he going to be attacking, or do you think he'll play defensively and possibly look to throw it back on his opponent, Ronald Lopez?
Well, this is a two-way shot. He can play it at a nice pace. If he plays the pace right, he will also, you know, get a snooker if he misses. So play at a nice pace.
So just have a look here. Still not happy. You can't quite see it at the moment.
All speed control here. Watch the pace he plays it at. If he misses, he's going to snooker him. Oh, it looks like he's going low.
So looking like he'll play a stop shot, or possibly just put a little bit of a screw on it.
Oh, look at that.
And what a wonderful shot. Boy, a shot under pressure early on, and he is now just asking his opponent if he can remove. I'll get you to define that.
Yeah, just take that magic rack away.
Magic rack?
So the white ball don't slide on it. Okay, this is a key ball here, one of the key balls.
You think a shot of Toysha's quality shouldn't have too much difficulty here.
Yeah, just go in behind the 3 ball.
And he does it nicely.
Okay, he's perfect now. Okay, should run out here. Should run out.
And just see him automatically looking across the table then at his next shot. And so a little bit of work to be done. But comfortable again. Really from here, shouldn't have too much difficulty clearing the table.
Okay, he's going to play the plant after this, I'd say so. Pretty easy plant.
So the plant, I'll get you to just explain the terminology, Jimmy, for those that are not necessarily familiar with the game.
So the orange ball onto the brown ball. Just got to watch out that orange ball don't go in as well. That's good. Very good.
And now nicely back down the table. Makes it look easy, doesn't he? But you talk to him and years of toiling in Europe and 40-hour-a-week practices when he was young, to deciding that this wanted to be his future. His mum said, well, if you're not going to further education, then I want you to treat this as a job and you need to spend 40 hours a week on it. He's done exactly that. 2019, I think he won the US 10-ball championship, which puts him amongst the very best in the world. And this to take that first frame and does it comfortably. It's a good start from Toysha.
Very good, you know. He's just playing like the top, all the top players in the world. The fillers, Van Bonin. He's got the same skill sets. Look at that, just nice pace, way out of the pocket, but still went in, just through the pace.
Now, Ronald Lopez is going to need a good break too. He cannot have any unforced errors.
And Ronald, you know, he's comfortable with Marco. He's played Marco a few times. He knows what to expect.
But is he comfortable in this format with the bright lights, the television cameras, things that you don't often get at other regional competitions? I mean, the peripheral things, you know, can just, you know, bring a little bit more nervousness perhaps.
Well, I'm saying yes, you know, he can play in these conditions.
So 3 balls gone down.
And he's got a lot of experience. A big cash player. You want a $1,000 game, he'll play.
Yeah, you just take, if you're watching this, and just, you know, remember the faces, because you don't want to bump into them in a bar one night with some pool tables and you've had a little bit too much to drink and you sort of start confusing ability with ambition, because you might just end up taking a taxi home and they might just end up taking your car home. So, and they'll do it with a really lovely smile on their face. No, they're all really respectful. It's funny, isn't it? Because you do think of often Q Sport and you think of some of the movies with sort of the hustles and everything that does go on, but the reality is they're all consummate professionals and very respectful. So Lopez.
Nice one ball.
Yep. Ooh.
What do you call that shot there?
Yeah, not a great second shot coming here. This is going to be difficult. Come with the hour, come with the man. We're using that cliche early on. But when you're playing Toysha, these are the opportunities that you just have to take. Does he play safety here? What are his safety options?
No, I think he just goes for the pot. But like I said before, the Chinese snooker makes it more difficult.
No, so he's having to go higher on the cue ball here. Or puts a nice little screw in it, doesn't quite get it off. Intent was good, but has brought Toysha back to the table.
Okay, a two-way shot here for Marco. Takes the double on, hides behind the 5, 9 and 8, somewhere down there.
So when he runs the 2 in and then what, down to the 4?
Yeah, well, he hides behind that, you know, wall of balls.
So let's see if he can do it. Puts this ball down, the 2 ball, and then runs down to the purple ball at the other end of the table.
They call that a two-way shot. So he's spotted it. But hang on, look at this. Is he on? I think so. I think he just nicked that for him. There you go, folks. Ooh, looks close. Is he jacking the cue up? No, he can see it. Perfect. Perfect weight. And that's years and years of practice there.
Yeah, look, he said that he's been practicing a lot, that he's looking forward to getting to the States in April. Bases himself here in New Zealand, and you know, he wants to go over there. It's been difficult in the last 2 years with COVID in terms of travel, and sometimes that, you know, you struggle sometimes for a little bit of motivation when you don't have those big international competitions to target name.
Well, I'd pick Marco for the Moscone Cup team, you know, he's that good. From Europe, so why not?
So that's United States versus Europe. That's Q Sport's equivalent of the Ryder Cup.
You know, he's just as good as Fuller. Alban Ocean, he's just as good.
Yeah, no, the nice thing too with Toysha being here in New Zealand, you know, other players get to play him. They get to see his work ethic. They get to see the way he does things, and you just naturally lift, don't you? You naturally go to another level. And so Toysha now to take it to 2 frames to nothing. And that's simple.
Yeah, a little bit of bad luck for Ronald there. Left himself a tough shot on the 2-ball. So a lot of these players, you know, it takes them a little, you know, quite about 3 or 4 games to get into the rhythm. And a lot of the time they're not at the table. So how can you get into a good rhythm?
And that's it. And a guy like Toysha, he's used to the limelight. He's used to the, you know, the television and the bright lights, and he's learned how to lose to learn how to win. He's, you know, he's basically paid his dues at every level, hasn't he? He's had the highs, the lows, but he's still here. He's still motivated. He still has a lot of ambition. It's funny talking to him about when he won that 2019 10-ball championship in the States. He said it wasn't so much about winning.
I actually saw that. I was there with him.
He actually said it wasn't so much about winning. That was great. It was actually beating the players along the way to get there.
He beat some big players there. Shane Van Boning, Orcolio. It was great to watch.
Well, you're only
highlight of my life. Okay, let's see his break. Like I say, this is the advantage of this whole game. This is where there'll be a lot of players.
Yeah, watch where he leaves the white ball too. Okay. There in the middle of the table.
Seeing all the balls in the open. How can he not miss? Hang on, 2's in the way. Ooh, it's close.
So, 1 ball is the object ball, which is bottom left.
So you know what he's doing there? He's going to call a push out and put the white ball right there. Okay, he's called push out. Look where he pushes to. So what he's telling Ronald, here Ronald, have a jump shot or give it back to me.
And he's going to give it back to him?
Of course, you'd have to. Oh no, he's going to have a go. He's going to have a go.
Okay, so I might just get you to explain that rule again to people.
Okay, so after the break, directly after the break, you can do anything you like. You can pot a ball, you can push out to anywhere you like. You can pot the 9 if you want. And it gives Ronald that chance to either make him play again or Ronald play it.
So and once he's made the decision, that decision sticks. Like, can he back out now?
Yeah, he can back out.
He can still back out?
Yeah.
Okay.
He can back out any time he likes. See Marco win a match against Sullivan, giving him this shot. Sullivan gave it back and he won the rack, won the match. Now he's giving it back. So let's see, folks.
Now clearly Marco believes that he is capable I think he relishes this opportunity.
Oh, yeah,
I think he wants gameplay scenarios. He knows that he's got to probably try and conquer Mount Everest in April in the United States. So, hey, let's make it difficult. Let's do it now. Let's see how good I am. Let's see what I'm capable of under the bright lights.
Okay, so the thing about this shot, he's just got to miss that 2 ball. Watch how the white ball will just come back into line on the 2 ball. He'll hold that white ball.
Oh, great shot. Now, what does he do with the white? Very, very good shot from Toysha. And that is the difference, isn't it? Let's just go back, have a look at a replay here.
Yeah, well, he played for that shot, you know. He left him in that position to play it, or he'll play it, and look what happens. Beautiful. Held the white ball pretty good too.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because most of us at home, around the camping grounds, the motels, on those tables, would have just got our cue underneath the ball and tried to jump it. Of course, you can't do that. Rip the cloth. You've got to play almost down on top of the ball. So that in itself is remarkable.
Okay, so he knows what this ball here means, the 2 ball.
But also, so you just see Ronald Lopez didn't think he could do it. Toysha said, no, I can do it. Now, another very important shot.
Wow, look at that weight, perfect.
And you are watching the master craftsman. We've talked about the Dutch masters, the likes of Van Gogh, Marco van Basten in football, Johan Cruyff. Well, Q Sports equivalent is Toysha.
MOT, middle of the table, if you can.
So he just brings it back off that rail, doesn't he? And does bring it back into the middle of the table. And Jimmy, the professor, Henry alongside of me, and you can hear his comments. That's why they do call him the professor.
Nice 2-rail shot. Running into the line.
Did you ever grow up thinking you'd one day be a professor?
Well, you know, they gave me that name because I played 10 million stop shots. 10 million, you do that and you're a professor.
There you go. Was Jimmy out of the University of Life.
A little tricky here. He's got to navigate past the 8 ball. 8 balls in the road.
So what are his other options?
Quite tough here. He can swing in behind the 9 ball, or he can just play past that 8 ball. Watch the spin on this ball if he does.
Again, he'll be liking these scenarios. He wants to know where his form's at.
Swinging behind the 9 ball, I'd say. I mean, he's going forward and just past there. Wow, he kissed it and got lucky. Look at that.
Luck or a byproduct of good preparation?
Both.
One of the great debates, isn't it? Luck or...
Nice little nudge on that 7 ball.
Yeah, just watch the weight on this. Watch the weight. We'll just play through this.
He's got enough angle here to go behind the 8 ball for the 8 ball in the right middle pocket here.
Yeah.
Punch it across the table.
But gravity goes his way. I imagine there would have been just that slight little heart flutter then. Toysha puts the 8 down nicely. Comes back, and this to go to 3 frames to love. Really what has been just a follow on from a dominant quarter-final.
Both him and Sullivan getting warm-up games before they clash. With that concentration. And deliver it.
Yep, there we go. So 3 frames to nothing to Marco Toysha. You're watching one of the very best in the world. But Ronald Lopez comes with a big reputation as well. But so far he just really hasn't been allowed to play.
No, he hasn't got to the table yet. He's had one opportunity, and that was a Chinese snooker last frame.
Yeah, just explain that terminology, Chinese snooker.
Yeah, when you have to jack up over a ball that's in the road, you can't hit the middle of the white ball.
So you're having to lift the cue above
Yes.
a ball which sits directly behind the cue ball.
Yeah, and
So therefore you're sort of hitting more down on it.
yes, and you know, you could, like we said before, you could curve the ball, make it swerve. A lot of things that could go wrong. Okay, let's see if Ronald can get a start here. Just wants a nice hit at the one ball if it doesn't go in the middle. Oh yes,
Yep.
ball. Has he got a shot at the one?
Yeah, 3.
Yes. Oh yes, look at this.
3
folks.
goes down, and the 1 is just going to sit there on the cliff edge.
Great opportunity here.
He's going to need some reasonable weight on this. So in terms of bringing the cue ball back further down the table, because the next shot, of course, is the blue 2 ball.
Yeah, so he'll just run this in. They call this cheat the pocket, where he's just going to play. Oh no, looks like he's drawing it back. He run it in. Nice. If he's got any angle here, he's in a bit of trouble. That angle will move towards the 4 ball, but he should be alright.
Yeah, so this will be a really big shot. Again, I think on outside tables, probably make it every day of the week. Competition play against one of the world's best.
Nice.
Mind you, makes it look easy, so that'll be give him a huge amount of confidence too. And you just sort of sense, is this the momentum swing? Does this get him back into this semi-final? Trailing by 3 frames to nothing.
Okay, MOT, middle of the table.
He plays that nicely too, so keeping it simple.
Pretty good. So he wanted more angle here.
You talk about Marco Toisha being one of the great technicians, no movement at all. Ronald Lopez, what do you make of his form?
Sometimes he plays well, sometimes, you know, with the pressure shots, maybe like this, he moves around a lot.
Just moves around a little bit, and so that's just, you know, little body movements.
If he can get past this shot here, he should be okay. Bit of a Chinese snooker game. He should be okay, he looks good. Look at that, yeah. Oh, get out of there, get out of there.
It doesn't help him, does it? And you just can't have that happen to you when you come up against this man in black. The shark. Marco Toisha. So if he was to play that shot again, what would he have done differently?
Yeah, not as much bottom, you know, to take it towards that end corner pocket, not as much bottom. You put too much bottom on that.
So you talk about it too, that the cloth, the blue cloth on these championship tables will run reasonably quick. And the cloth on this table can be slightly different than the cloth on the outside tables used in some of the earlier rounds, so the players do have to make that adjustment.
Perfect. Just run into line down here. Hang on, wait. He's okay.
So Marco Toisha goes to 4 frames to nothing. Starting to make it look easy, but you sort of feel that Ronald Lopez certainly had his opportunities, probably a frame he should have won. Let's just go back and have a look here.
See, a little bit too much screw on that, so that's why it's gone into that end pocket. Didn't need as much spin.
Yeah, and you just wonder whether that shot right there. I just might see if we can get one more look at that particular angle. I just wouldn't mind just looking at the form there and talking about the movement of the cue. We've talked about that ability to stay well poised. But we'll go back and we'll just have a quick look here and just have a look at that and have a look at the...
Look how much he moves.
Yeah, a lot of movement in that cue, isn't it? Particularly in that follow through. So we now go back to the 5th frame, the break for Toisha.
And that was just adding spin to the board, you know. Getting the maximum spin.
Yeah, not dissimilar to a golf swing, isn't it? You've got to be so many components, and often it's the follow through which can get you into trouble. So let's just have a quick look at this break here from Toisha. Go above the table. Well, that's a nice shot there, and just having a look. So, what do you make of that, Jimmy?
Yeah, well, he hasn't got a clean shot at the one, so he's going to have to either...
So the one's just kissing the cushion here at the other end of the table.
Yeah, I think he'll take the white back up the table and behind the red and the blue ball.
Let's see what he can do. So, defensive shot here from Toysha.
If he's feeling good, cut the ball. No, he's percentage.
He's playing percentages, so let's see.
Oh. Wow.
So, the first real mistake coming from Marco Toysha.
That doesn't happen very often.
No, but it's a nice little thing that even the best can make those fundamental errors.
It's his first and off of the day. Okay, Ronald going to run in behind the 2 ball, the blue ball. Natural angle here. Just got to get his pace right. A little bit of spin, soft touch. I think he's hit that too hard, folks. Yeah, a little bit too hard. Look, he's way out of line.
So it is the blue 2 ball. There's the shot. So a shot that he'll make, but we're coming too far up the table. It means that it makes it very difficult in terms of positioning the white ball for the 3 red.
Wow, that was a great shot.
That's a wonderful shot. I wasn't picking that. Picking that. And so I think he just figured, look, I've got to be aggressive here. I've got to back myself. I've got to try and just snap myself out of this. A little bit of a drought when it comes to momentum.
Okay, just get past the black here.
He does that well too. So has he got enough weight on it? He does. So purple 4 ball is next.
Nice weight here. Oh, he's going to punch it across the table. Nice. Oh, and it's screwed back as well. Out of line again. Here's a big shot here. 2 rails and back in behind the 7 ball. For the top left corner there.
Does it, brings it back. Nice shot, is it? Has he got enough weight? Doesn't want to be sitting right there on the cushion.
Wow.
Now he's given himself, well, that's not an easy shot now.
Okay, this is where we're going to see if he stays still.
Might just see if we can get a replay of that particular shot, and if that is the case, maybe just get you to talk us through. In fact, we'll watch this shot. We'll just now...
Tough shot here.
Tough shot if he makes this.
They call this a shot here, just pocket weight. So it just rolls in, so he's got the 8 down this bottom left-hand corner. Is he going to play roll shot or 2 rails? He played the roll shot.
And nicely
Not bad,
done.
Not bad. But look at that, no pocket, 9's in the way.
I'm going to ask you a shot. All or nothing here. Do you play the plant?
No.
All or nothing?
Yeah, all or nothing. He'll either go for the middle pocket or the bottom left corner. All or nothing. Just give yourself a chance. I'd cut it in the middle.
Be careful he doesn't sink the cue ball here, so weight's going to be important as well.
He's looking at the plant. He's going bottom left corner.
So just keep an eye on the cue ball. Plays
Got
it. Good weight, good weight. It's just going to come up short as it does.
Yowch.
And Marco Toysha will come to the table and clear the table.
Left-handed. Gloves on the other hand. Both left-handed. Oh no, he's changed over.
I hate overachievers. Wonderful play from Toysha, but let's be honest, Lopez has had his opportunities. It's been probably, again, the occasion that has just seems to have got to a lot of our players this afternoon that are on this feature table, this number 1 table. Centre court, if I can use a tennis analogy. And so 5 games to nothing.
Yeah, he struggled in that whole match there. He kept getting to the wrong side of the ball all the time.
Let's just have a look here.
Not much off.
What people, yeah, I mean, if you were just looking to sink the black, you'd make the shot every day of the week, but it's that set-up shot, isn't it, which suddenly changes the dynamic for these guys. Yeah. Us at home, well, we're just worrying about the ball in front of us. We're not really that worried about what we do with the white ball.
Well, every shot he played, you know, he's on the wrong side of the next ball and made it harder and harder and harder.
Hope you are enjoying the coverage of the Sunday night shootout, first of the semi-finals. The Maasai Club in Pukekohe. And the man breaking is Ronald Lopez. He's trailing 5 frames to nothing.
A clean shot at the one ball. See, that white ball's going to travel after he cuts that in because he's hitting it thin. So hard to control.
So balls 1 and 2, which he must sink in order. Or he can sink the 2 ball as long as he plays the 1 ball first. It's all about the 2nd, 3rd and 4th shots.
Very hard shot to play here because you're hitting the 1 ball really thin. Looks like he's going to hit it quite hard. Oh, he's just touched it in. Nice shot. Nice control.
Great look at the way he just brings that white back down the table, so that 2. Fairly basic fundamentals here.
Okay, purple ball next after the blue ball.
So does he follow through here and come off the rails, or does he play sort of more of a screw shot and bring it back?
Well, he's got 2 options. He's had a look at both of them, either run it in or play with bottom and get to the side rail. What's he doing? He's playing with bottom, so it's going to spin round to the side rail. There you go. Side rail. It's pretty good. Okay, just has to come back a few inches here. Oh, a little bit of spin, and here you go, folks. He's out of line.
So again, just talk to us what you mean by out of line.
Well, if he was straight on the orange ball, he could just pot it in the middle pocket. Now he's going away from the 6 ball. That angle, that little bit of angle. You need to be straight on the 5 ball in the middle. So he's going to punch it down and back out. Nice. That worked out perfect.
Better frame from Ronald Lopez here.
And again, another bad kiss and left him straight. So he's got to try and make an angle here. So he doesn't like it.
Must be incredibly frustrating, but they're very good at just internalising that frustration. They don't tend to show it outwardly. We haven't really sort of seen.
Look at that, that's a great shot.
Look at the screw that he put on that.
Perfect line too, now he's back in line. Nice screw back down to them. Oh, a little bit too hard there.
And look, he just drops the head, he knows it too. He knows it too. Let's just see if we can have a replay of that shot, because I'll just get you to talk through it, Jimmy.
Okay, so folks, this shot here is just going to play when we see the replay. The key here is because he's reaching, so he's pushing way too much through the ball, and that's because he's reaching. Instead of using the jigger, more control.
Great coverage, courtesy of the Stream Shop. I hope you are enjoying it. Sunday night shootout from the Maasai Club in Pukekohe. Ronald Lopez, well, nothing to lose, goes for it, but goes to try and sink the 9 off the 8. I admire the courage. I admire the courage. And Toysha knows now that it's just a simple case of racking up frame number 6. And he does do that. And he now is 1 frame away from a place in this afternoon's final in world number 23. Leading 6 frames to nothing over Ronald Lopez. Well, Lopez, he's really sort of again been his own worst enemy, maybe just again we've struggling with the bright lights, the cameras and the occasion, because he's been sort of, not playing the way we expect him to play.
Yeah, he's just hasn't gotten into the rhythm yet. No flow. Always every shot, next shot is quite, making it harder for each shot. Wrong side of the ball.
So Toysha, we immediately see the 4 go down. We've seen the 7 as well. And what I may have seen, the 3 ball still on the table.
He's called to push out.
So he can do whatever he wants here with the cue ball, and then he can offer the next shot to his opponent. His opponent then can assess it.
Okay, watch this shot. I think he's going to put him in another jump shot. There you go, folks. He's saying, Ronald, here, jump this. Because Marco's got the capability of jumping this and stopping the white there and sending that 1 ball around the table.
Now, he decided last time in a similar scenario that he didn't believe he could make the jump shot. He turned it back over to Toysha like he's just done now, only for Toysha to go on and make the shot. Marco, I think, is relishing this. I think he just wants to see what he can do in a game environment. He knows he leads by 6 frames to love, and therefore he's got some room to be able to challenge himself at the highest level and take a few risks. Let's just have a look at this jump shot. I'll get you to just talk us through this, Jimmy, too, because as we said, you're not allowed to go under the ball like we all do at home. And
so he's actually pushing the white ball into the slate.
So the weight's coming down on top of the ball, though, isn't it?
Into the concrete, which is called the slate.
The slate of the base.
Yep. Bounce. Yeah.
So look at this. There we go. So he's not under the ball. He's over the ball.
Yep, on top. Push it into the slate, and it jumps automatically. Oh.
And he puts it in, and Marco Toysha. Oh wow! You just sit back sometimes, and you've just got to say, "Wow."
Wow.
The man from Eindhoven.
So this is a specialty shot here. He's going to play with plenty of top right-hand side. So he's going to hit the ball at like 3 o'clock on a clock at the 3.
Okay, so he's going to push towards.
So when he hits this ball at 3 o'clock, it's going to go up towards the red ball there, folks.
Yep.
Look at this.
Let's have a look at what the white does. Let's have a look at what the white ball does once. So look at that, look at that.
Wow.
Look at that shot. Look at the placement of the cue ball. You are watching a master craftsman. You are watching one of the finest to ever set foot on New Zealand shores.
How's that, folks? You'll never see a frame like this ever again.
This is world class.
It's a little bit short again.
And it's here at the Maasai Club in Pukekohe. I think he's liking the challenge, though, of being slightly short. He wants these scenarios before he heads over to the United States. He wants to see where his form's at under duress, the difficult shots, where perhaps percentages aren't favouring him at times.
Watch this shot, same shot. Wow, look at that, perfect position.
And now the 6, same pocket again. Immediately looks back down at the 8, down the other end of the knows where the 9 is too. Just stops it on a dime. And he's 2 balls away from a place in the semi-finals. And just, okay, might just kiss the rail here. Right, he'll be comfortable with this, a player of his quality.
2 jump shots, to run the frames well.
So Marco Toysha for a place in the semi-finals over Ronald Lopez. And there it is, folks. There it is. Some absolutely brilliant cue sports from Marco Toysha for Ronald Lopez. Well, he'll gain from the experience of playing under the lights here in front of the television cameras. He's probably a much better player than what we saw. But let's just go back. Have a look at this jump shot. The white over the top of the orange 5 ball.
Wow.
Have a look here. It jumps, and he's playing down on the ball, not under the ball. Bang. In. Brilliant. We will get an interview with Marko Toisha, who moves into this afternoon's final here on the Sunday night shootout at the Maasai Club in Pukekohe. We'll take a break and we'll come back and hear from the Dutch master.
They're gonna go boom. So they're gonna go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, if you make those 70% of the time, you're professional.
Give him a hand, Austin. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
And we're back at the Maasai Club here in Pukekohe. It is Q Sports, and we've just seen the first of the semi-finals for the Sunday night shootout. And Marko Toisha, the world number 23, has gone through with a 7 frames to 1, 7-1 over Lopez. And he is now standing by with Bernie Andres.
Your matches, you only drop 5 frames. You're on fire. How does it feel?
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing good. I've been practicing hard the last couple of weeks, of course, before my trip to America. Yeah, so I've been hitting the ball quite well, but I'm quite happy with the way I've been playing.
Yeah, I was talking to you before, and you said you haven't played in tournaments for a while, but you just feel like you flicked the switch. And that's sort of how it is.
Yeah, I think that's what I miss. I mean, I miss playing on this live stream tables and stuff like that. I think missing playing tournaments, so definitely help my focus and keep the pressure up and play my good game.
Yep. Finally, I was just talking to Sullivan before about the humidity in here and the way that's affecting the pace of the ball and the cloth and that sort of thing. Have you been finding that much of a problem at all, or you're sort of used to it? You'd sort of all the cloths the same? You had that experience?
No, I think the tables are playing perfect. I mean, it's really slick. It plays like a new cloth, like how you play overseas. So no, I didn't think there's much difference than like overseas tournaments. So yeah.
Oh, that's great. Well, all the best in the final, Marko, and we'll talk to you a little bit later on. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
And we will bring you that next semi-final. I do apologise. That was, of course, 7 frames to nothing over Lopez in that first semi-final. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. Look, you've still got time, folks, if you'd love to get Q Sports to come down and watch that final at the Maasai Club in Pukekohe. So we do encourage you to come along. Free entry, of course. But very shortly, we'll come back and we'll bring you the second semi-final featuring the 25-year-old, the big rising star of New Zealand Q Sports, and Sullivan Clark.
They're gonna go boom. So they're gonna go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, if you make those 70% of the time, you're professional.
Give him a hand. Awesome. Look at this. Look at his shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
Well, that's to the spice of it.
They're going to go boom. So they're going to go boom, boom, boom.
Now, if you make those 70% of the time, you're professional.
Give him a hand. Awesome. Much better. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
Well, that's to the spice of it.
Welcome to the Marseille Club in Pukekohe. It is the Sunday night shootout. It is the second of the semi-finals. Who will meet Marco Toisha, the world number 23, in this afternoon's final. Looking forward to this one. Sullivan Clark, the rising star of New Zealand Q Sports, up against Siva Veerasamy, the man who has been living here in New Zealand for the last 3 years, originally out of Singapore, looking to try and cause one of the big upsets. And there he is, the 25-year-old out of Sacred Heart. Many people are talking him up to become the best Qist out of this country since the great Dino Kane. He certainly has a head like granite. And his opponent, well, he is the consummate professional as well. He is well experienced. He comes here with a big reputation, deserves his place in this semi-final. Joining me in commentary, the man simply known as the Professor, Jimmy Henry. Tell us a little bit about Siva Veerasamy.
Yeah, he's quite new to the sport in Marseille, but he's obviously been playing like for 15 years experience he's had. From Singapore, they're doing the lag, closest to the end rail has the option.
Well, doesn't get much closer, does it, than that from Sullivan Clark. So does he immediately take an advantage for the fact that he's first at the table? So
yep. The break is the key, get off to a good start.
Yep, so first to 7 frames to meet Marco Toisha in the final. Sullivan in his quarterfinal looked a little unnervy at times, and speaking to him afterwards, he said, look, he's not quite there in regards to where he wants his game to be. He's heading to the United States in April. He can see it. He knows when all the parts come together, he thinks he can be as good as anybody.
Yeah, so he'll be just focusing on having a good game here. He knows he's got a pretty good opponent, but he'll be just working at his game.
So we've seen him in the semi-final start on the right-hand side of the table, his right-hand side. He's come across to the left for this break.
He's probably watched Marco, and he's getting some good breaks on this side of the table.
And there we go. We see that one of those wing balls, I think, go down on this bottom right-hand pocket.
Wow, that's a nice break.
So he will come to the table and map very quickly. And so, Jimmy, it is a nice break for the fact that he's got a nice spread, hasn't he? And so for those that are joining us that are not familiar with this form of Q Sports, and I know we've got a lot of people watching it who are experts, and so if you're wondering why we're explaining things, we are trying to build the audience here. We are trying to reach that wider audience. So it is about sinking the balls in order 1 through 9. Clearly, if a ball goes down off the break, it's simply skipped and you move through that order. Whoever sinks the 9 wins the game.
That's right, yeah. So he's just going to pot this one ball for the blue ball next. Come straight down the middle of the table and try and end up dead straight in line with it.
I just love the jigger. I love the jigger. I loved the jigger when I was a kid. Every kid that's ever played on any table around the country always wanted to use the jigger. Haven't seen a lot of it in this tournament.
No, a lot of people don't like the jigger. So they've got extensions for their cues, so they don't have to use the jigger. They play left-handed.
But I think people maybe with the jigger, the fact maybe technically not that good, perhaps move around a little bit too much.
Yeah, just not enough practice with it, eh? People are lazy these days, so, they don't even practice with the jigger.
Sullivan Clark, a man who does a lot of running outside of this. He's well read. He's read up about high-performance athletes, Formula One drivers. He understands the mental side of it. He wants to be sharp.
Well, that's a nice gap to go through.
So
beautiful gap.
Yeah, good start from Sullivan.
Great start.
And you can sort of see there's nothing to him, and that's because he does do a lot of running. He was a very good sort of cross-country middle-distance athlete when he was at school. He went to Victoria University when he left to study psychology. Didn't really enjoy it, but discovered Q Sports in the local dormitories. And, well, as they say, the rest is history. And got off to a great start.
Sneaking behind the orange ball, which is next, the 5 ball. Anywhere behind it's good. A little bit short. It's gone behind it, all right.
This is where you test the skill though, isn't it? When the shots maybe are not quite the way you'd intended them, and how you get yourself out of jail and how you reset How much weight do you put on it? And that is good, but what does he now do with that white ball?
Yeah, he let that go a little bit.
Does he
too
just
far.
screw this a little bit?
He'll just go to pot it, let the white ball go. Just focus on potting the ball. And just take his medicine from wherever it lands.
So he sinks it and brings it across. Nice weight, great shot. Brilliant from Sullivan Clark. Very, very good 9-ball.
Screw back out of there, I think. Oh no, nice top shot.
Just kissing that rail just a little bit there, but not ideal. But he got himself out of a little bit of difficulty and makes it look easy. And that is a very good first up frame for Sullivan Clark. Well, I tell you what, if you are Siva Veerasamy, you're going to want to come up now and demonstrate that you've got that same sort of momentum, because you do not let Sullivan Clark get on a roll. You need to go toe-to-toe with this guy or he will break you.
Oh, definitely, yeah, you need to be toe-to-toe. Stay with him and hopefully in the end he breaks down, but very hard to see that happening.
When was the first time that you came across Sullivan?
Probably 3 or 4 years ago.
Yep.
He was fairly new to the game, and you know he's put a lot of time in since then.
And you could sort of see from
definitely,
pretty early on that this guy had the mental fortitude and
definitely,
the mechanics to become a good Q Sports player.
Oh, definitely, yeah. You see from, you see people play their first 2 shots and you know straight away they're a good player.
Now, one thing we will see is these players, they have a cue that they use purely for breaking. So how does that vary from the cue that they'll be predominantly using?
Yeah, there's you have to have a break cue. A lot of good players, all the best players have got break cues, so that saves their main cue from maybe damage or breaking a tip or something.
Okay, so just looking at here, we've got the 1 ball down. I think we've also got the 2 ball.
So all the good players do have break cues.
He's going to have a difficult shot here with this red 3. I'm not sure that he can get past that 9 ball. So Jimmy, what are his options here? He's going to have to be defensive.
Yeah, well, he'll just send that 3 ball up the table, try and make some distance between the 3 ball and the white ball. Very hard safety shot to play here. Yeah, so he wants to leave something up the top of the table. Just create some distance. Where's he going? Oh, he's calling a push out. So there's your distance. Now Sullivan has the option of sending him back in or playing it himself.
Now, the push out can only happen
straight
after the break. So if you've just joined us, we have spoken about it throughout the afternoon, but if you're just joining us here, it is one of those things in 9 ball that you might not be familiar with at home. And so Sullivan has the option here of playing the shot or throwing it back to Siva Veerasamy, and he's decided to take it on.
So this shot here is the other side of the game you have to be good at, and that's leaving the white ball safe. Distance.
Nice
or
shot.
Snooker. Yeah,
has he got any channel there? Can he come down? Has he got direct eye line between the cue ball and the 3 ball, or?
Yeah, well, I think he can see that 3 ball. Definitely on from my angle.
So what is that 7 ball? Is it no, it's the
red ball next, and then
yeah, what's the ball blocking though at the moment?
The 5 ball.
The 5 ball, my apologies,
orange,
just getting
the orange ball.
Just looks a little bit brown at times, and of course the brown's sitting further up the table. Ooh,
that was close. Hang on, he's going to get lucky here, I think, Mark. Look at this.
So he didn't sink the shot, but he is now inadvertently or by default snookered Sullivan.
Okay, is he looking for a 2-rail escape?
What if Sullivan Clark can play some of the shots that we've just seen from Marco Teuscher in that first semi-final, some of the jump shots that Teuscher pulled off and
So this,
to win that semi-final. If we can see Sullivan do similar things here, whether it be offensively or defensively, it could be one hell of a final.
okay, see how he's got that angle there? It's called parallel shift. So he's just shifting the angle down the table. It's going to come off 2 rails.
So the rail is just the edge of the table. One. Oh, and he missed it.
That's close.
But nothing ventured, nothing gained. So, somewhat messy second frame here in this semi-final. And of course now, Veeraswamy gets the bonus of being able to place the white pretty much anywhere on the table.
Okay, now we're going to see how good he is. They're all in the open. It's all about positional play now.
Well,
And that's a great positional shot first off.
to get through to the semi-finals, he has to have been playing well. But as we've seen, this championship table, the television table here, you are under the bright lights, you've got the television cameras, but we know too that the surface, this table, the cloth tends to run just a little bit quicker than maybe some of the outside tables. They've got to make that adjustment very quickly.
And he's just added the extension, taking it off now. Nice shot, good angle. And he beat Lincoln Muaulu to make the semi.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? One thing about this, I love just to see the different ethnicities playing Q Sports. You know, you've got Pacific, Māori, you've got clearly a large Asian population. We've got, you know, the Europeans over here in Toisha. And so it is very much a game for everybody. Reasonably low entry point too into the game. I mean, I see
yeah,
queues can
yeah.
go anywhere from $100 through to $5,000, but you can get a good queue for pretty good money and it'll last your lifetime.
That was close. Nice shot, but
But close is enough at the moment.
just getting behind the 8 ball.
And they're using the Predator ball.
Nice, very nice angle here.
So this two shots away from levelling it up to 1 frame each. And Veeraswamy seems settled now. Nice weight on the white, nicely played. Boy, very good back end of this frame.
So this is the first tournament for Siva.
Yes.
And he's moving to Melbourne soon, 2 weeks' time.
Yeah,
off to Melbourne.
it's danger, isn't it? So for first tournament, how often do you hear about the person that you haven't heard of suddenly coming, getting on a little bit of a run? You know nothing about them. They come here with no expectations, so they play with a lot of clarity. It's often when they win a tournament, suddenly target, and then there's the expectation they put on themselves, and things can sort of fall apart a little bit. So a real unknown quantity in Siva Veeraswamy.
Yep, his first tournament for Maasai.
So it's the Sunday night shootout here in Pukekohe, the second semi-final, final to come after this. Marco Toish, the world number 23, the Dutchman living here in New Zealand, is in that final. And he has looked magnificent throughout this entire tournament. This is Sullivan Clark, young New Zealand boy who grew up in Auckland out of Sacred Heart College.
Okay, see how that one ball's ended up the same area of that corner pocket there? So he's got the right weight to push that one ball there. You see his break is more controlled with how hard he hits it.
He seems to be a player too, and talking to him where he will make the adjustment. If that first break is not what it should have been, he will make the adjustment. He's conscious enough to go, right, he'll go through, he'll visualise it, he'll go back through in his head, and he'll come out and correct it, which is not always an easy thing to do.
Yeah, nice start, nice shot. Two ball, three ball should be okay. It's just the 4 ball to the 6 ball is the hard part. beautiful angle. Get back to the middle of the table.
Yeah, great technique, isn't it? I tell you, these top Q Sport players, they almost look like gunslingers back in the Wild West with the gloves and the way they sort of come out and open up their cases. And
Okay, this is the hard part.
so it's got to come up the table here with the 4 ball, and then the green 5 is where the mind is at the moment. What does he do with this cue ball?
It's taken on the plant there.
So he's going to go 5 and then straight on to the 7 ball.
Yeah, he's going to go 6-7 here.
6-7, is it? My apologies, the green, of course, is 6. So the 6 ball. 5 ball is the orange.
A low percentage shot here.
Dyer plays it nicely. Boy, that's well played. Wow, that is not an easy shot. That much gap between the cue ball and the object ball, and then ball that you're trying to sink.
Straight up the middle of the table.
There is big raps on Sullivan Clark. A lot of people are saying that he potentially could be the biggest name to come out of this country since Dean O'Kane. Remember, it is Eddie Hearn and Matchroom in the UK who own the darts, do a lot of the boxing. Well, they've taken over the 9 ball, and they're looking to try and do the same internationally as they've done with the darts. I tell you what, New Zealand might just have a really big point of view in it.
There's also a lot of juniors coming through too that, you know, watch these players and see them play all the time. So they've got the option as well.
And so it is Sullivan Clark. Just have a look here at this plant again, Jimmy.
Yeah, nice plant. Low percentage shot, but he played well.
What do you mean by low percentage?
Well, it's quite tricky to play a ball onto a ball. Not too bad when it's dead straight, but...
So the percentages are against him, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But maybe that's the best position he could get, you know, off the last ball he potted.
It's interesting talking to Sullivan too. Like he's not afraid to say, look, he you know, he comes from I think affluence. I think he sees himself and his parents are backing him, but he's, you know, and he's aware that sometimes there's some dangers in that when there's not a lot of jeopardy when you've got backing him. But he's very smart. He's not a guy that's going to always go, well, it doesn't matter, you know, because mum and dad are there in the background. He's not that guy, and you know, that's why I think we can be excited by him. Just wonderful to talk to.
Yeah, he's got good backers behind him.
Yeah. So Veerasamy, dry break, not the start he wanted to this 4th frame. So dry break, we're just simply referring to the fact that nothing was sunk off the break.
So he can't do much here. He can put the 1 ball and just hope he can hit the 2 ball.
Let's have a look. Yeah.
No, he's opted for safety and behind the black.
So that was deliberate, was it?
Definitely, yeah. Look at that. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, you could sort of see him, wasn't he, with the tip of the cue was very much sort of centred on the top left-hand side of the cue ball, wasn't it? It wasn't...
Even though if Siva gives away a ball in hand, it's still going to be a tough run out for Sullivan. It's not straightforward. A lot of traffic there, especially that 2 ball where it is. But he should hit this off the back rail or directly. Yeah, directly.
Hasn't done enough though.
And what do you call that shot there? I've told you twice today. He has to jack up above that ball.
I didn't realise I was coming here for an exam. Jimmy, what are you trying to provide me the answer, because I'm scrambling in my brain at the moment.
Chinese snooker.
Wow, there you go. Having, of course, played, and this is another example of it.
Yeah.
having
look, so it's
to
difficult.
set your bridge up much higher, having to be able to play, basically not being able to lower your cue because the cue ball has a ball directly behind it. And so not an easy shot here. And look at that, just looking the change in the bridge here. Boy, this is a tough shot. You talk about requiring good technique here and not shaking, not moving. And oh, maybe just enough weight on the white to make it a tough shot now for Verasamy. But Sullivan Clark. Did he have any other options then, Sullivan?
No, he could only play safe. Well, he could have potted the ball, but then he would have to move the 2. They don't like where the 2 is. That's why they're playing like this. He'll probably play the... Oh, he missed that. He would have been perfectly on the 2.
So Sullivan Clark just gets himself out of jail a little bit here. But he's going to need to probably still take it to the next level if he's to... If he gets himself into the final, if he's to get past Toysha, because Toysha's been exceptional.
Yeah, Marco's been outstanding.
Clark's been good, but by his own admission, not near his best.
But you can see him building towards that final, you know.
And it is about momentum, isn't it? Great shot.
Yeah.
But now he's potentially snookered himself here, so he's going to need to play probably a defensive type shot. It is the 2 ball, the blue ball, which becomes now the object ball. Does he pocket this off the rail?
Yeah, he tries to, you know. It's the only shot he can try and make. Difficult shot, but he has to go for it. Another parallel shift. See how he lines his cue up and just moves the whole cue across.
There's a reason you should always stay in school and learn mathematics, because you just never know when you might need it. And nice weight. Does he get it? Does he get it? Does he get it? No, he doesn't.
That was close.
Good effort, though. Good effort.
Has he got away with it, Mark?
Let's have a look where the white ball is. He has. Is there a channel there? Is there a channel for Verasamy between the purple and the black ball, between
4?
The
I think there is.
4 and the 8?
But he's going to get away from all that traffic. There it is, see, the 8 ball.
Nice shot from Verasamy. Didn't have a lot to work with, but took the opportunity. Nice weight. But not an easy shot. In practice, probably. Under the bright lights with the television cameras. Semi-final with a place in the final up for grabs. Suddenly the cue just starts to feel a little bit heavier.
I think he's just going to pot this and have a purple 9 ball.
Oh, he misses it too. He maybe just got ahead of himself a little bit.
Yeah, well, he was looking at the purple ball onto the 9 ball next. Okay, Sullivan has to come up with a good safety here.
Sullivan will also be aware, I think, of that 4 ball and the 9 ball and the opportunity that presents itself.
He played percentage, but not hard enough. Won't be happy with that. When you get that opportunity, you must snooker them at all costs.
Yeah, he said that the execution hasn't quite been there. He's just out just a touch. Now, what does Verasamy do?
Snookers them back and make sure he snookers them.
Is there just that opening? Is it a snooker though? Can he get it? Can he squeeze? Can he just squeeze past that 5 ball?
I think so.
And then if he can, he's not going to be able to play a stop shot, is he? Because he just can't get low enough on the cue ball.
So what's he doing now? He's going to swerve.
So does he come back then and look for the plant, the 4-9?
He swerves nicely around it.
Yeah, nice shot there from Sullivan. Doesn't give Verasamy too many options on that 3 ball. Boy, a real game of cat and mouse at the moment, isn't it? Both players very defensive in their approach.
See looking for a good safety here. What can he do? Okay. Run the 3 ball onto the black ball and run around behind it. No, he got the bad kiss on the 9 ball.
Still though, he hasn't made it easy for Virasamy.
I don't like Sullivan's next shot. So if he doesn't take on the bank ball, he'll be running out of a snooker. Oh, he's taken on the bank.
Oh, great shot. Great shot. Wow. Talk about trying to progress and move the game forward. I was just about to say we're almost in a sort of a tight test match if it was cricket. And then suddenly just turns it back into a 2020 game, doesn't he?
Yeah, they're all in pretty good positions now, all the balls. If he can pot this, he's got a chance.
Nice weight on it, looking good, looking good, looking good. What does he do with the white?
Okay, let's see what sort of play he is. He's looking at the plant, doesn't like it.
So the 5,
Yep.
the orange ball, or the 6, the green ball. That is the order.
So he's looking at the plant here.
So looking to put what, the 6 ball into the left-hand bottom corner, is he?
No, the 5 onto the 9 ball.
5 onto the 9. Okay, my apologies. Nicely done. Didn't quite do it. Sinks the white.
That was a terrible shot. Siver. I think he sold out here, Mark.
What do you mean by sold out?
It's all over. A little bit tricky from the 8 to the 9, but he should put the 5, 6 and 7 are relatively easy. Rolls into position, stop shot, leave himself an angle to get behind the 8. 8 to the 9, tricky. Got to have the right angle. Good angle here to get to the 8 ball.
Fascinating contest between Siva Virasamy, originally out of Singapore, been living in New Zealand for 3 years, about to head back to Melbourne. First Marseille tournament, somewhat of an unknown quantity, up against Sullivan Clark. A man many people are billing as the next big thing to come out of this country in Q Sports. A remarkable thing with Sullivan too, he's only really been playing the game for about 6 years, so you often hear those stories when you guys like the snooker players of the world who grew up in the pool halls, and that was just from a young age they were destined for greatness. That's not the case for this young man. Ooh, difficult shot here on the 9. This, we find out the mettle of the man. I think we find out the quality and the class. He says himself that his game's just not quite where he wants to be. Now we find out. Difficult shot, Jimmy.
No, I think he'll pot this. Look how still he stays. This is the key to his game. This is his strength there.
Wow, that is just impressive, isn't it? So Jimmy, who's been around the game a long time, had no doubts. Myself, who, let's be honest, coming up to speed on the game, just sits back and just shakes my head and says, well, how do you do that?
Yeah, not very many people would have potted that, Mark. You know, it was a tough shot. But he's playing so much, you know, it's just natural to him. They've lost the ball here somewhere. Oh, they found it.
Let's just talk about the ball that they are using.
The Arcadia. Yeah,
Predator?
Yeah, Predator Arcadia.
And what makes a good ball different from a, like the average ball that we use at home?
What they use.
Just the composite?
Yeah, the composite.
And how they run?
Yeah, they're perfect, you know. They're the best balls you can get. Yeah.
Also understand too that humidity can affect the running of the
Cloth, yeah.
cloth and the cloth itself, the way it's brushed, and all these little subtleties that we won't be able to necessarily determine as amateurs, but as you get more and more experience you can pick up the little subtleties. And what do you make of that break?
Yeah, well, look where the one is again, right over that pocket. So he's got the right weight. Just got a little bit unlucky with the 6 ball coming in to block his natural angle off. A little bit tricky here.
There is talk in the future of bringing in a 30-second shot clock, which would speed this game up. It might just, change the whole dynamic at times, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know, these shots here where you found yourself with a little bit of, in two minds about the type of shot you want to play. Well, under 30 seconds, you're going to have to make a decision very, very quickly.
And on TV, Mark, they've got a countdown clock. You know, it makes a noise. It goes beep, beep, 5 seconds to go. Beep, 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 and then a lot of players, rush the shot. See a lot of players miss because of the 30-second clock.
Oh, they have a 30-second countdown clock, don't they? Shot clock, and
Yeah.
but 30 seconds in the NBA, 25 in basketball, isn't it? And then 30-second shot clock in water polo. So nice defensive shot there from Siva Veerasamy.
You can see the jump cue coming out here. No, he doesn't want to jump.
Very calculated, Sullivan Clark. The eyes just scanning the table there. If I play that shot, what does that mean for the next shot? If I do play the shot, how do I need to play it? So many different components that make up this remarkable sport.
He's got to make sure he hits it. Because if Siva gets the ball in hand, it'll be a 1-9 plant there, I'd say. So a big shot here.
And he does hit it, so he gets himself out and almost gets the fluke and puts the wide in, but it doesn't quite go in, but it's certainly going to open the door now for Siva Veerasamy. He looks up the table, and so he's going to need to go north to south.
Yes.
Or south to north, I should say. So the one ball, and then bring that cue ball right up the other end of the table.
Just got to watch out for the middle pocket here. He got around it, which is good. Perfect shot.
Yeah, nicely played too. Look at that. Wow.
Okay, so he wants to be middle of the table. He's looking at middle of the table to throw in the snooker.
Yeah, difficult shot, isn't it, when you look at the three sort of just stuck there, almost kissing the 5 ball, which limits his options.
So he wants to play a snooker here. That's what he set up for. Nice. Oh, a little bit too hard. Unlucky. Okay, let's see how good Sullivan's bank pull is. I don't think he'll go for the bank. He's looking at safety. Trying to hide him behind the 8 and 9. Send the 3 ball up that way. So he's going to jack up really high here. Hit the cue ball really low.
Intriguing contest.
Oh no, he's playing a natural ball. Right behind the 5 ball.
Sullivan Clark. Well, he's managed
That's a great shot.
to put Veerasamy now in a world of difficulty.
He's going for the jump cue. You ever tried a jump shot?
Not the orthodox way. I've done a few unorthodox where I've gone very low on the ball, ripped the cloth and jumped 6 balls and put one in though. but not the way that where you've got to hit down on it and then use the hard granite to defy gravity. I'm desperate to see this shot. Boy, he's going to have to hit this hard, isn't he? Oh, it does a nice shot.
Wow.
Didn't quite get enough on it, but boy, great intent. That is not an easy thing to do. But he has now just opened that door for Sullivan. But nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Yeah, he's left the door wide open.
So Sullivan now going unorthodox, going southpaw.
Left-handed.
Yeah, playing left-handed. How much work do they, if you're a right-handed player, how much work do you do on your left side?
Oh, they do a lot, yeah.
Yeah, they do a lot, yep. So, yeah.
I wouldn't risk it. I couldn't play left-hand.
So you've got a baseball term, a switch hitter.
Yeah. Okay, screw back into line on the 6. Nice line. A little bit too low because it's going to be running away from the 8 ball, but it should be okay. He'll be out halfway up the table. He might go up and down.
So you have just joined us. You're watching the Sunday night shootout from the Maasai Club in Pukekohe. Sullivan Clark
Nice.
in the second semi-final up against Siva Veerasamy. It is the race to 7. Clark leading 3 frames to 1. Marco Teuscher, the Dutchman, already into the final. We'll bring you that final following this. Oh, that is very, very good from Sullivan Clark. When he's on, he is on. Write the name down if you haven't seen this young man before.
Very nice finish.
And just like that, he extends that lead. 4 frames to 1. Clark over Veerasamy.
Who are you backing in the final there, Mark? If he makes it.
I think you've still got to go with Marco Teuscher. I think Teuscher has been just too clinical at times. I think probably what we've seen through the quarterfinal and his semi-final, really 1 or 2 sort of shots out of character, but
That's right, yeah.
he just looked good. But then in saying that, you know, Marco brings the big reputation. Sullivan is still the understudy, and
Yes.
therefore I think, you know, it's Sullivan. There's the pressure on him. But then in saying that, you know, Teuscher's a hardened professional. Does he feel pressure? Yeah, fascinating final if, in fact, it goes the way of Sullivan Clark, but it is still game on. Do not underestimate this man. And that is, what is that, a dry break? Or did we see a ball go down?
Oh, a dry break again.
Yeah, not a start he wanted. Now, Sullivan will come to the table. He'll assess his options. He will map this table very quickly. Using rugby terminologies, the 1 ball is first phase, but he'll automatically be thinking 4, 5, 6 phases.
Okay, he's going to double that one back in the bottom right-hand corner, I'd say. Unless he sits the white ball there. Try and kiss into that too. Oh, he missed it by a mile, country mile. Oh, hang on, folks. He's
No,
missed it.
gravity's not going to go his way.
Still in saying that, there's a lot of work here. The 2's not on or hasn't got a pocket. The 5 ball needs to go past that 8 ball. So a lot of work. Oh, he's got the jump cue out again.
Oh, I love this. This is like sort of hitting a 6 or taking a hat-trick if you can pull it off. You
Yeah.
should get this. That's what he does with the white ball off the back of it.
Yeah, nice spot.
Now he's got to come back down. And he's got that 2 ball, which is the blue ball, but he's also got the 4 sitting there as well. Just have a look at this again.
Oh, nice, yeah. Nice jump shot from the side. Good technique. Beautiful.
Yeah, and great pictures too.
Bit of cat and mouse here in this frame as well. No pocket for the 3 ball. No pocket for the 5 ball. So they'll be looking at safety play here.
Okay, so he's going to go on the defence.
So Marco waiting for the other finalist. He's already in the final.
Winning that semi-final too, 7 frames to 2. Loving the finish actually over Ronald Lopez.
7-0. That must be over 30 seconds.
Oh, nice shot. What does he do with the white though? Nice shot in terms of potting the ball, and just too much weight on it in the finish. Perhaps.
Oh, wow.
What could he have done differently?
Well, he couldn't have. He had to just pot the ball and
Hope.
But you know, that angle into the middle pocket, impossible. Could never ever get somebody to do that again. Unbelievable shot.
Can be tough at times. Like all sport, it's not always fair. But now, a chance here.
It's going 3-9.
He's going to look to try and take this frame.
A cheap one.
With the plant. So the cue ball onto the 3 ball, and the 9 goes down. Can he pull it off?
It's a good option here.
To take it to 4 frames to 2. He's taken it, missed it though, missed it. Opportunity gone begging. And then what he went and, did he touch the cue ball, did he?
So, yeah, I think he did.
I might just go back and just have to see if we can get a replay on that. I'll just have a look and see if we can just see why he suddenly turned that ball over to Sullivan. Let's just have a wee look here.
Oh, it's touched his cue, yeah.
Yep. So
nice, honest play by
Siver. Really good honest play. So the white ball's come back on and touched the cue.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Great, thinking of here.
Great images, courtesy of the stream shop as well.
I don't like this option. Nice, soft shot. 3 onto the 8 ball.
Well, he clearly sees something here. Now is he reassessing? No, he's committed. He is committed.
So this is going to open up the 5 ball. A pocket for the 5 ball. Pots this will be a beautiful shot. Look at that. He stays on the 3 ball. No, a little bit too hard. That was the risk of taking that shot. Okay, see how good his bank pool is.
And there is Marco Toisha, the man who will meet one of these two in that final. Oh, pulls it off. Great shot. Great shot.
Okay, he should be out here. MOT. Middle of the table. Beautiful. A little tricky here. He has to screw back to the middle of the table now.
So he'll play this cue ball with underspin, will he?
Yeah, I think so. If there's no angle there. Doesn't look like there's an angle. So this is where we're going to see control. To be right in the center of the table. Very important shot. A key ball to the frame.
And he brings that white ball back into the middle of the table as Jimmy, the Professor Henry, says. Very, very good shot. Great play from Sullivan Clark. A 25-year-old, the rising star from New Zealand. You asked me who might win the final between these two. Then as we get further on in the semi-final, you just sort of sense that Sullivan Clark is just starting to come into his own now. He's going to need to puts that down. Nice weight
Beautiful weight.
on the cue ball, and so this to take it out to 5 frames to 1 in the first to 7.
Nice. Nice finish.
The way it's tracking at the moment, our top 2 seeds will meet in that final. However, Siva Virasamy,
Yeah, these two players, I think, just my own opinion, they're another step ahead of all the rest of them. So, a long way for the other players to catch up. Only way they can do that is practice time, They need more hours at a table, which is hard to get in New Zealand. You've got a lot of work, you've got family commitments, you've got a lot of other things happening in your life. But these two players seem to get to a table a lot. 2 or 3 hours a day, sometimes more.
so just have a look there. You've got the wing ball as the purple 4 and the green 6. They're the 2 balls that are more likely to drop from the break.
Watch where that one goes. Right down in the corner pocket. It's got the nice weight to put it there.
He does it exactly as you said. Look at the control that he can do. So we see every time he's broken, that one ball has gone to the north end of the table, the break end of the table, and that is because he has the ability to control it. That in itself is just remarkable, because everybody that's ever played this game, I mean, it's just hit and miss, isn't it? You don't realise that you can control the cue ball off a break.
Yeah, well, especially the other balls, the object ball, that was pushing that one there all the time. Okay, he wants to play this one and go between the 6 and 3 maybe, to get a good angle on that 2 ball. Let's see how he controls this white ball. Between the 6 and 3 is best. He's got other options off 2 rails. Between the red and the green.
Oh, nice shot. Let's just have a look at the weight on that. So he's going to come back.
Yeah, he's a little bit straight here, I think.
You're a hard taskmaster, aren't you, Jimmy?
Well, yeah.
You're a perfectionist, aren't you?
Well, they are. They all are perfectionists.
It's easy sitting here in the commentary position, isn't it, Jimmy?
Yeah, easy, yeah.
We're thinking of doing an exhibition between this and the final of you playing me.
Yeah, I can see it happening, but I can't do it.
No, wonderful expert comments here from Jimmy, the Professor Henry. It really does earn the reputation for being called the Professor. Wonderful analyst of this game. Hope you are enjoying the coverage.
A little bit straight here, just off straight. Looks like he's going to roll forward. He does. Nice. Yeah, he's starting to show his form now. 2 rails.
So really should just clear the table here. It must have been an interesting conversation when you go down to Victoria University to study psychology. Very, very bright. And then you come back and you say to Mum and Dad, look, Mum, Dad, I don't really want to study anymore. I don't really want to become a psychologist. I don't really enjoy it. But I want to be a professional pool player.
What a life.
Must have been a wonderful conversation. I congratulate his parents too for backing their son and allowing him to chase his dream. Well done to them if they are watching it. I've got to say, your son is a class act.
9 ball in the same pocket. He's got options. Always run into position. Soft touch.
And now Sullivan Clark, 1 shot away from extending his lead. In fact, there it is. So 6 frames to 1 now over Siva Virasamy. And you just see Sullivan Clark really starting to come into his own now. The winner of this will face Marco Toysha in that final. We'll bring you that around about 10-15 minutes at the conclusion of the semi-final. As I say, you've still got time if you do live in the Auckland region, you love your Q Sports. Pukekohe, I reckon it's about Yeah, you might struggle to get out here, you might not, but if you are living sort of South Auckland maybe, and you do want to watch some of the best players of Q Sports in the world, we do encourage you to get yourself along. And of course there is an opportunity next week as well, next Sunday.
Yeah, that's when the big final is. Top 8 players. They all know who they are. And this is 2 of them. Marco and Sullivan, number 1 and 2. He went to the other side of the table, and see how the one goes to the opposite side of the corner now.
Yeah, he's just snooked himself there, hasn't he, behind that 8 ball? Or is there does he have just that little narrow alley to get through?
Yeah, it's on.
We do apologise. We would normally bring you an overhead shot, but with just one of our cameras just sort of overheated a little bit, so we just can't bring you that, the plan view I call it. But we'll certainly have that up and running for the final as well.
Okay, the swerve shot, curve it. Should pot this.
Oh, nice shot.
But he snooked himself. Now he's in big trouble.
So it's interesting, isn't it? Because I sit here and I don't have a background and I just automatically go, nice shot, but then your mind quickly says, well, it's actually not, because he hasn't done enough with the cue ball. And so that's the difference between, experienced players and us that just play on we just worry about the ball in front of us. A good shot's defined by more about, what you do with that, what you do with the cue ball, and that's what makes these players so exceptional.
Okay, so he's played a deliberate foul here to make it harder for Sullivan. He's covered that pocket where the 2 can go down. So he's got no pocket, so the best shot here for Sullivan to do is to snook him behind the 5 ball.
Mate, I'd just play the plant, 2 onto the 9.
Nah, snook him behind the 5 ball.
Yeah, but that's not fun. I'm talking about just high risk here.
Look what he's doing. He's taking the plant on. No
Yeah.
holding back.
That's what I like. That's what I'm talking about. Roll the dice, Jimmy's what I'm saying.
A low percentage.
Even though Las Vegas wasn't built on winners,
Low percentage shot here.
I'm going to back him.
Nice.
Yeah, nice shot, Sullivan.
Okay, here comes the TV shot. Want to see the TV shot?
I want to see the TV shot.
Heaps the bottom right hand spin. So he's hitting the ball, like as you look on the clock, he's hitting it at 5 on the clock. That's why he has to pull the TV shot out. He's worried now. Has he got it? Here we go. Yeah, he's in there at 5 o'clock. Oh no. What's he doing? Oh, look at that.
Boy, that is a nice shot, isn't it?
Totally opposite of what I was thinking.
Well, difficult shot here, but as I said, he's about to head to the United States in April. They want to go and match Hardened, him and Toysha. They're going to travel together. Okay, living out here now, representing the Netherlands in that final to come. But this is where these guys want. They want this Hardened match practice. They want to have to play these money shots. See how they play them.
That's a beautiful shot.
And that is, well, Jimmy, you just took the words right out of my mouth. There's a song in that, isn't there? You took the words right out of...
Bet.
I shouldn't sing, should I?
Meatloaf.
Meatloaf, that's it. Yeah, terribly sad, Meatloaf. And of course, condolences also go to the Australian sporting community and the family of Shane Warne. Terribly sad as well.
That was a shock, yeah. That was a big shock.
Terribly sad.
Nice shot. Okay, he wants the white ball back to where it is now. If he does this, I'm picking him to win. I like to take the underdog.
Right, so two shots.
That's perfect.
2 shots away from a place in the final to take on Marco Toysha.
Both of them are peaking at the right time.
Yeah, they are. So it could be a fascinating final. And contrasting personality, not contrasting personality, yeah, probably contrasting ways in which they approach the game. But, you know, in saying that, Marco Toisha got a lot of time for Sullivan, and he sees his talent too. And you want to have rivalry in sport, don't you? You don't have Andre Agassi without Pete Sampras. And there it is, that simple, that easy. It is all over. So it is 7 frames to 1. It is Sullivan Clark who gets up over Siva Veerasamy of Singapore. And he moves his way into the final. So the number 1 and 2 seeds here at the Marseille Club in Pukekohe have progressed through to this afternoon's Sunday night shootout. And looking forward to bringing you all the action. Let's just have a look here at that shot from from Sullivan Clark.
Yeah, well, clinical performance. I think he's peaking on time, you know.
And this shot here equally isn't good, wasn't it? Arguably a harder shot. Look what he does with that white ball. And really at that point, well, it was game over. So we will take a wee break here as we bring you live coverage of that second semi-final. It is Sullivan Clark winning 7 frames to 1. When we come back, we'll catch up and hear from our winner, Sullivan Clark.
They're gonna go boom. So they're gonna go boom, boom, boom.
Now, if you make those 70% of the time, you're professional.
Give him a hand, Austin. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
You're watching live Q Sports 9 ball from the Marseille Club in Pukekohe. The final not too far away. We've just seen the second semi-final, and it is Sullivan Clark, the rising star out of New Zealand, who got up over Siva Veerasamy by 7 frames to 1. He is standing by with Bernie Andres.
I'm here with Sullivan Clark, our second finalist. Sullivan, the just seems to keep rolling on.
Yeah, I mean, it's handy to have a match played before this match on the same table. So when I come onto the game, I'm expecting certain conditions, and yeah, the other guy you could see he wasn't feeling the table, but I know he can play so well. So I think that's why I kind of stepped up and made sure I capitalised with everything that I could. So.
Yeah, I mean, Siva, we haven't seen too much from before. I think this is his first tournament. He's came really deep, really well. But I mean, your next opponent, Marco, we know all about. It's going to be tough, but I mean, that's gold before you head overseas playing against someone like that, do you think?
Yeah, really. It's really good to be involved in matches where you're really limited with your chances, and your chances really have to be taken very well. So, especially playing against someone like Marco, I mean, the chances that I do get are mostly going to be awkward. They're mostly going to be kicking out of safeties and really having to play like really high percentage shots. So. Yeah, it's really important to be playing against top players all the time, because it raises your level and it trains you to take the chances when you really need to take them, rather than being gifted chances, for example.
And finally, 2 weeks from now, you're going to be in Las Vegas, starting a bit of a campaign for you. What tournaments have you got lined up over there?
Yeah, so when we go over to Vegas, the first event will be the Vegas Open and then the Predator World 10 Ball. And then after that, I have a few events that I'm playing at Griff's, an 8-ball, a 10-ball, and a Banks event. And then I've got another event that's kind of just lined up as a side thing in a pool hall as I move over to hopefully spend some time with my sister in Chicago, so it should be good.
And we were just talking before Predator announced the World 8 Ball in Puerto Rico, the German Open and the Canada Open. You think you're going to be playing in those?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, especially because the travel restrictions out of New Zealand are completely changed now and everything's kind of settling down just fractionally. So, the more events I see, it just makes me more excited for the future because pool just seems to be growing all the time. So hopefully I can get over to these events and kind of just prove to myself and try to test myself at what I can really do and see if I can bring the things I do well to the table and try to continue it and add things to it and take things away, whether it works or not.
Oh, that's great. No, all the best, Sullivan, today and overseas. Thanks very much. Cheers.
He's a class act, isn't he? Sullivan Clark. Write the name down. If you're watching him for the first time, or the first time you've heard the name, write the name down. Keep an eye on the world of Q Sports too. 9-ball particularly. It has been taken over by Matt Froome, the same people who own darts, looking to try and transform this game and bring it into people's living rooms and build brand around these athletes. Massive, massive sport already in the United States and throughout Asia. So don't go away. We are at Marseille Club in Pukekohe. Up next, in around about 15 minutes' time, we'll bring you the final of the Sunday night shootout. Look forward to having your company very shortly.
They're going to go boom. So they're going to go boom, boom, boom.
If you make those 70% of the time, you're professional.
Give him a hand, Austin. Look at this. Look at his shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
Well, that's to the spice of it.
they're going to go boom. So they're going to go boom, boom, boom.
Now, if you make those sentences in time, you're professional.
Give him a hand, Austin. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
Well, that's to the spice of it. adds to the spice of it.
They're gonna go boom. So they're gonna go boom, boom, boom.
Now, if you make those 70% of the time, you're professional.
Give him a hand, Austin. Look at this. Look at this shot. Hello. Who else wants to make this shot?
Well, adds to the spice of it.
Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome to the Maasai Club in Pukekohe. It is the final now of the Sunday night shootout in Q Sports. 9-ball is the format, and what a final this is. The number 1 and 2 seeds will meet each other. It is the world number 23, the number 1 seed, Marco Toisha, taking on the number 2 seed, the rising star out of New Zealand in Sullivan Clark, just 25 years of age, and billed to be the next big thing to come out of this country, to join the names of Dino Kane and those that have gone before. When it comes to match play, well, they've played each other on 4 occasions, and it is tied up at 2-2. Joining me in commentary for this final is the man they call the Professor, and the Professor himself joins us. How are you?
Yeah, thank you, Mark, for that intro. Yeah, I'm good, and yeah, we've got a big final coming up. 2 of the best players, in my opinion, in New Zealand at the moment. So yeah, it's going to be a cracking final.
So That is the voice of Jimmy Henry, the professor, as we welcome the two players now to the table. Quick shake of the hands, and this is to determine who breaks first and gets that initial advantage. Nice weight from Sullivan, but it might be Toysha across there on the far side, and it will be Marco Toysha who will break first.
That was quite funny, eh? He looked like he just gave up the break.
It's interesting. You've watched, Jimmy, you've watched them come through first round and second round and then quarterfinals, semi-finals, and you sort of sense that Marco Toysha probably comes in maybe form-wise, perhaps just a little bit more consistent. We've seen some moments of absolute brilliance from Sullivan Clark, but I think what we have seen from Sullivan Clark is we've seen him just slowly build throughout the quarterfinals and semi-finals. Is he peaking perhaps at the right time?
Yeah, I think he's peaking at the right time, eh? You know, those two warm-up matches done him good. He's settled in, he looks focused.
So it'll be Toysha with the break. He prefers this left-hand side of the table for him, or the right-hand side if you're watching the pictures. And watch what he does with that cue ball, and he puts the one down immediately.
Wow.
It's a really good break. Stunning first up break from Marco Toysha. A lot of intent into that.
Go in. Well, that would have been 5 balls off the break.
So you got a pretty quick feeling that this first frame might be over. So just what's he doing here, Jimmy?
Yeah, just moving the magic rack so no balls slide over it.
So
even when they just roll onto the magic rack, they go off, you know.
So that magic rack, clearly just to make sure that when they do rack the 9 balls in that diamond formation, that they are kissing each other. There are no gaps. And so Marco Toysha.
He'll just try and get to the middle of the table. Perfect. He has to be favourite.
So Toysha, he's been playing the game for 19 years out of Eindhoven. 8 years of professional, 2019 US 10-ball champion. Remarkable talent. And off to a really, really good start for Toysha. Perhaps not the start that Sullivan Clark will be hoping for. But we heard Sullivan Clark in his interview after the semi-final realising that, you know, he's going to be given very few opportunities and he's going to have to play some pretty high percentage type 9 ball if he's to have a chance.
Beautiful shot. Nice angle to get back to the 9. Probably in the opposite corner. Left-hand corner. Nice.
Now we should explain the Sunday night shootout. This is really just another qualifying tournament for the big finals, which are going to be next week, the top 8 players.
Yes, this is
so while there is cash up for grabs here, the big money is up next week.
Yeah, this is the final of the qualifying rounds. Next week you'll see a couple of good juniors coming through.
And just like that, Marco Toysha wraps up the first frame and takes the slight advantage in this final, this race to 7. Just have a look at the break again here. One of the great breaks you will see, almost 5 balls down.
Yeah, usually one in the middle pocket usually goes, and he's hit this quite hard, so that one went straight in the middle pocket.
And just watch the blue, the 2 ball here, coming from the right side to the left side. Almost 5 balls off the break.
Then you watch Sullivan break, his 1 ball goes towards that corner pocket.
Yep, and so watch just here with Sullivan with his break. Now, we've seen him go from side to side. In the quarter-final, he was breaking on the other side of the table. He's now come across to this side, the same side from Toysha. But he's very good in terms of bringing the 1 ball up to this end of the table that you're looking at.
Nice weight gets him there, and you see how it goes short of that middle pocket. Just bounces short of the middle pocket.
What do you see? So it's not a dry break. A ball has gone down. And now,
no.
Just got himself in a bit of difficulty here.
Unbelievable.
So just for those people that might be watching this for the first time, in terms of 9 ball, it's sinking the balls in order. Clearly, if a ball goes down off the break, that is, you just work around that number. But whoever sinks the 9 wins the game. And the yellow ball is the 1 ball. And so he's a little bit of a predicament here, Jimmy.
Yeah, it's quite hard to get out of this. He might be able to play the pot the 6 ball if he just nudges off that 1 ball. But I don't think so. It looks like Tough situation. I don't know what to do here. He'll probably just try and sit in behind this green ball. Soft touch. Nudge the one and sit in behind the green ball.
So automatically Sullivan Clark having to draw upon his class, the experience that he does have. All nicely played from Sullivan Clark. Look at that. You talk about pinpoint precision. He executed that perfectly. What does Marco Toisha do here?
Yeah, he hopes to hit the edge of that one ball and pot the 6 ball. He might have to jump over that to do it.
Yeah.
Gets rid of the magic rack. Tough shot to get out of.
Tough shot, but fascinating. Fascinating. So early on in this final. What does the Dutch master do? So much precision involved here. Using all that experience. The yellow ball is the target ball, or the object ball. Plays it. Now, where does the cue ball go? Not where he wants it. So, he opens the door for Sullivan Clark. Surprised by that shot, the weight that he put on the cue ball.
Well, he hit the one, which is the main thing, you know. Just didn't get any luck there. No luck for Marco.
So really nice defensive shot from Sullivan Clark, now setting up an opportunity for him to go on the attack.
He has to run into the 8 ball. Oh no, he's gone for safety.
Okay, so playing the percentages.
No, that's a great safety.
Already a battle of the minds.
They both look relaxed, which is good.
Great strategy. Now both are heading off to the United States to play the Las Vegas Open in a couple of weeks. And they'll be travelling together, and this is what they want. Good tournament play. Strategic play. Ask questions of each other. Now this is the one form of cue sports too where you are allowed to fluke. Other forms you've got to nominate your pocket.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, in 8 ball you have to nominate, and 10 ball's a new game. Fairly new game. They brought 10 ball in to stop all the flukes. Exactly the same as 9 ball, but you got extra ball and you got to call your pockets. Okay, he's the master of the kick shot too, old Marco. He knows what side to hit that one on, either thick, thin,
So
or full. So I can see this white ball sitting in behind the 9 if he plays it right. Look at this.
oh, that is
he
just
played
beautifully
good.
done. Has he got enough weight? Is there a little bit of a channel there? And I don't think there is.
No.
So there is not a clear view.
Oh, that's, you know, that shot could change the whole match here. One shot.
That is how you win a game on the defence. Very easy just to sit there and think, well, just pocket the balls and win the game, but sometimes the damage is done with just the subtle little touch that we've just seen from Marco Toisha.
Okay, again he's going to the parallel shift. Find in the middle of the table, go straight across. That 8 ball might be in the road there. Go in behind and kick the one again. And behind the one, kick it. Yeah, nice. Hang on,
Oh, just
what's
got to watch the
do?
white ball, the white ball.
He's alright.
So
He gets away with it, Mark.
this is just tactical. So I'm going to ask you a shot here. Is the plant on here, the one onto the 8? Is that not an option? And if not, why not? Well, and I just say that because people at home will be looking at this who haven't played the game, don't understand the dynamics, and we'd all at home go, oh, let's give it a go.
Yeah, well, it could be his only option, you know. I can't see a safety out here. Unless he hits the edge of that one ball, and I don't know. Yeah, could be an option. Tough to find a safety. Yeah. Try and make distance. That's a great safety.
That is just superb. Look at that.
And what did he leave him?
Wow.
Marco, what did he leave him?
He led him a Chinese snooker.
That's the one.
A
mate,
Chinese
yeah.
snooker. Now, what we mean by the Chinese snooker, I'll let you explain the Chinese snooker, Jimmy.
Yeah, just a ball that's hindering the white ball, and you can't, shoot it straight on or low or anything. You have to play over the ball. Harder to control the white ball with that shot. A little bit of a tactical game here, and the guy with the best safety will win this frame. I think the guy with the best safety will win the match. That's what it's going to come down to, how good your safety is. If you've got no safety play, well, you're going to lose.
Doing the calculations, just using those little, look like power shells
Yeah, well,
on the side there. And use
yeah, Mark is an exceptional bank pool player as well, He knows all the banks and where the ball's going after he's banked the ball.
So watch the shot here, Jimmy.
Well, if he's going to take on the bank shot's just, a hidden hope. You get it. Two-way, maybe hide behind the 7 down there. Yeah, I think he just wants to hide behind the 7, leave the 1 ball on the rail. He's looking at the plant on the 6, maybe the white ball off the 1 ball. It looks like he's going to bank it or even cut the 1 onto the 6 here. A lot of spin there. He went for the bank.
So you are watching a technician at the highest level at work in what has been a very defensive frame. A frame where both players have said to each other, after you.
Yeah, Marco's got a big advantage of knowing the bank pull, 1 pocket, straight pull, all helps this game. So it looks like he's going to maybe take the plant on here, 2-6, looks like the option.
What does he do then with that 2? And look at that, beautifully. Oh, unlayer. That's not what the intention was, but he takes the fluke and he just looks across to Sullivan, gives him a little bit of a nod. He knows that fortune favours the brave, though. But the problem with that is that he doesn't quite get the cue ball where he wants.
Yeah, well, he leaved himself a tough 4 ball and hard to get position on the 5 ball from there. The key is just to pot the ball and take your own medicine.
Just saying, what's defined by a good shot is not about just sinking the ball, it's what you do with the white afterwards.
He's going to attack this ball here.
So he goes at it hard and misses the opportunity too, and now Sullivan Clark comes up to the table. Intriguing second frame. Fascinating. If this was cricket, it's not the T20 format you're watching at the moment. That was in the first frame. This is very much test match cricket. A battle of the minds, a battle of will.
Yeah, the harder hit that white ball, the less you're going to pot the object ball.
So chance here now for Sullivan Clark to clear the table. Still got a little bit of work to do.
Okay, if he can make a nice billiard shot here, like push the 6 towards the right corner pocket while potting the 5, he'd be all right.
Make it sound so easy, Jimmy.
It looks easy, yeah, but
I can't imagine it is, though.
no. The other option is just to make sure you just pot the 5 and let the white ball go into the 6 and hope for a bit of luck. So that's what he'll be thinking now. Does he play the slow shot or does he hit and hope? He's got a bit too much angle there.
Oh, big mistake for Sullivan Clark. Just when he'd grabbed the initiative, he throws it straight back to Toysha.
Yeah.
And that is somewhat of a surprise because we heard him. Just have a look here at the replay. I'll get you just to talk us through this, Jimmy.
Yeah, just a wee bit unlucky to nudge that edge of the 6 ball, see, and went off. Unlucky.
But he's the type of guy that will bank this. You know that he won't do that again.
Yeah.
He'll remember that and go,
Oh, definitely, yeah.
there's a danger here, and this is what the danger is. And that's what I like about Sullivan. He's a very, very smart, intelligent guy who takes more out of his losses than he takes out of winning.
Oh, definitely, yeah. That's where you learn is where you miss the ball and make mistakes like that. Okay, he's got a beautiful line here.
So just the extension. No, so just asking for. No, we're going to add the extension onto his cue, is he? No, just.
Nice screw back into line for the 9 in the right corner. Perfect weight.
So to go up to 2 frames to nothing. What we've seen though from, and there it is, that easy, well, an opportunity for Sullivan Clark goes begging, but what we have seen, to be fair, is that Sullivan in both his quarterfinal and semi-final, a little bit tentative initially, and then he's come into his own, so he's still got plenty of time in this final.
Oh yes, yeah, still got plenty of time. It's only early days. You know, even if Marco's up 6-0, he's got a chance of still coming back. You know, short matches. But now, if Marco break and clears this, it could be a runaway match.
And I think when you've got 2 players of this level, and you often hear it in rugby too, where one side might dominate an early part, the coaches will know that momentum will shift at some point, and that team will come into it. That team that you're beating up on will come back at some point. Yes. And I think, you know, Toysha will be aware of it, remembering that they've played each other in 4 big tournament type finals, and it's 2-2. So.
Well, if Marco gets a shot on the 1 here, I'd say it's pretty much over. He just needs a nice shot on the 1. So watch where his 1 ball goes.
Does he play aggressively like we saw on that first break?
Yeah, he hits
where
it hard.
He hit it really, really hard and put 4 balls down, almost 5.
Yeah, that one will go in the middle again if he hits it hard.
And he does hit it hard. Look at that. Just another example. Just very good break. Nice spread here on the table too for him. So just have a look at that, Jimmy. That 2, that blue ball.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
That 2 takes him into line on the 3 ball, which gets him out to the 5.
I briefly looked at that 8 ball thinking that was the 2 and thinking, okay, but no.
Yeah, it looks like a road map here for Marco. Looks like a road map. To execute is a different story.
That's right, and a final with television cameras under the lights.
Oh, nice. It's a little bit straight, but still okay. He's got all the shots to get him in line with the 5 again.
Now, a lot of this tournament has been run on the outside tables where the cloth perhaps doesn't run quite as quick, but both of these finalists have played their quarterfinals and semi-finals on this table, so it's very much a level playing field in regards to an advantage on getting a feel for the conditions.
Yeah, this table here plays way different to the outside tables. A little bit faster, a little bit tighter, they're saying.
I use that as an excuse. So what's Marco thinking about here?
Well, he's a little bit straight, so all he can do is draw back on that line. See if he had angle, he could go towards the 7, or so he's probably thinking of taking the white ball from where it is now. But he doesn't want that Chinese snooker. Stay away from the Chinese snookers.
Yep.
See, he just takes it from there.
So there we go, just stops that on a spot. Just going to come back up the table now for that 7 ball, the brown ball.
Yeah, so this shot here, if he's going to stay on that side of the table, requires a lot of draw with spin. So he's hitting the ball at like 5 on the clock.
So he wants to bring the white ball back, what, down to the lower part of the table as we're looking at it now, or he wants to take the white ball onto the upper side of the table?
He'll just go middle of the table, or he'll play 3 rails, a big TV shot, but I think he'll keep it simple. Just stay to the middle of the table is good enough for him. There you go, beautiful. Look at that. Played that perfect. You ain't going to miss this. Like I said, if he gets out to 3-0, he's always going to clear his breaks or wrecks.
So Marco Teuscher, the world number 23 out of the Netherlands, the man from Eindhoven, taking really control of this Sunday night shootout, the last of the qualifiers before next week's top 8. Battled it out for the big prize money. Now write down the name Sullivan Clark if you are new to this, you love your sport, because I do think this guy is going to introduce himself to the world at some point and has the ability to become a household name like we saw with Dean O'Kane in the 1980s in this country, and going back to the days of Clark McConaughey in the purest form of the sport on billiards.
Okay, so hitting the one ball with a lot of power sends the one ball into the middle. Hitting it at a pace like Sullivan hits it, sends it up the table. A lot of knowledge for next week.
Yep, so once again that yellow ball, number 1 ball, right up that far end, the northern end of the table. And there we go. So looking at that spread there.
Tough.
Okay,
and like I said to you, Mark, it's going to be the safety game that wins them the match.
Okay, so
both players.
So what, realistically, the 1 ball, the yellow ball there, not on in terms of potting it. So this is about bringing that white ball and bringing it down somewhere behind the 3 red.
Well, again, if you leave Marco on, you're in trouble. So he's gone for it here.
So
gone for it. Did he get lucky?
No.
Oh, it's going to be close. I think we might need a ref here. Marco might pot the 9 here. An option. He'll go around and have a look. Look, there you go. Yes, easy shot, he thinks.
Teuscher is going to be the aggressor.
So this shot here, Mark, will be a 2-way shot. He'll go for the 1 ball to pot it, and he'll hope he can kick that 9 ball in.
So does he play here with a little bit more weight? Does he play with a little bit more power here?
No, he just plays with finesse and a little bit.
And does he runs through the ball?
Yeah. Well, the key is just to pot the 1 ball, but he also trying to pot the 9 ball as well. But the key is just to pot the 1 ball. All the other balls in the open. No traffic whatsoever. So he'll be potting the 1 ball. Don't worry about the 9 ball. It's a bonus if he does kick it in.
And he goes close to kicking it in, but he gets the first part of the mission complete. And now he's got a nice spread on the table here. A chance to clear the table as well. So the 2 ball with the blue ball, then back down to the red.
This will be a nice shot here. Look at the spin he's playing. Just squeeze past the 4, so the 3 balls in. He's kicked the 4, which is okay.
Doesn't snooker himself, yep, so
that's nice.
So come back.
Should be able to put that 4 ball in the middle pocket. Run down and up the table.
And look at that. Look at the mastery of just that white ball in the position. Got himself some options here. Shouldn't have too much difficulty in that right middle pocket, as the professor says. And now it's just a simple case of running through the rest of this rack.
Yeah, MOT. Middle of the table. Okay, what sort of angle has he got? Okay, he can stop the white ball here and take 2 rails. Now, so he'll just stop the white ball here. He's got 2 options then.
So
run forward or go off 2 rails backwards.
So stopping the white ball means that once the cue ball touches the green, it will pretty much stop, allowing that next shot to be the 8.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, so he can just run forward and in behind the 9. Or the better shot is to play 2 rails and back around now for the 9.
If you are just watching this, watch him. Just watch the way he brings that white back down the table here. Just the control that he does have.
2 rails would be the easiest way. Yeah, you can overhead it then.
And he's just, it doesn't really matter from here, does it? He's got enough to play this shot.
Okay, Sullivan needs to break and clear the next one to stay in the frame or in the match.
He does, because it is just starting to get away from him at the moment.
Yep.
And we looked at the form of the two players coming through to this final, and you'd have to say that Toysha probably looked the more consistent and had the more continuity in his stroke play, didn't he?
Well, his break is much better, you know. He's got a better break. He's opening it right up, with Sullivan's break is he hasn't had a clean shot at the one yet, but anything can change in 9 ball. You know, he wants Marco to miss once, and then he'll be back in.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? You know, 4-1, 4-2, suddenly you sort of go to yourself, well, hey, you know, sneak the third one.
If Marco gets this, Sullivan's in big trouble, because that means he has to clear his one. Okay, he's going to go for the hard break again. More.
So just the cleaning of the ball there, is that a performance thing, or is that more just a bit of a nervous type?
No, that's, yeah.
You know how you just sometimes see people just
cleaning
cleaning it. You see cricket players just going and, you know, just knocking down on parts of the pitch with their bat and.
Would have sandpaper in his pocket.
Come on, mate. He's not Australian, mate. He's not Australian.
More grip on the
He's
ball.
got a little bit of integrity, surely.
Okay, 1 ball in the middle. He's going to smash this. Could go too high this time. Too hard. Oh, he's got it.
Oh, I know
He's
got that one down for
mate,
sure. Look at that. Wow. What have we got? Lost 4, have we? 5?
Yes.
4?
Nice.
4 balls down and a 4 frame to nothing lead. But what options does he have here? Because he's still got a difficult shot now.
Yeah, to get to the 6 is going to be, as long as he can get past that 8 ball.
Yeah. We saw him earlier. Does he look to try and play the 8 in as well?
Low percentage. I think he's going to sit in behind the 8, if anything. He can,
so he says, I'm going to go for it.
no, I think he said he ain't going for it. So yeah, what he's going to do here is double that 4 in behind the 6 and sit in behind that 8 ball. A little bit risky sitting in, you know, kissing into that 8, because you might go in off.
Oh, but I like Toysha. I think he's also, he wants to test himself. He knows there are big tournaments coming, and I think he wants to test himself and create some scenarios and see if he's good enough. Yes, he wants to win.
Yeah, he's a little bit unlucky. This 4 ball can't go anywhere. So he's just thinking of safety. He ain't going to play a shot yet. So he can just sit on top of that 9, run the 4 ball to the corner pocket, or sit in behind the 8. Double it round behind the 6. He's gone for the percentage shot. I think he's got it.
Has he done enough? We'll just go above the table and have a wee look here.
No, he's done it.
Yeah, lovely play from Toysha. It's amazing, isn't it, off the break, that you can sink 4 balls and you think you're going to have a really nice spread on the table, but your next shot you suddenly find
You've got no pocket.
You've got no pocket, and so.
And like I said, the safety is going to win him the match, and he's pulled off a really good safety. It's always going to come down to safeties in this game to win the match. Pretty tough to get out of this. I think he has to hop over with the jump cue. No lines into that 4 whatsoever. Well, he's going to swerve around it. No, he doesn't like that. I think it's the only option. Swerve past the 9 ball. Hit the edge of the 4 ball.
Equally, I think Sullivan really looking forward to this type of. They want this hard match play.
Of course.
Nice shot. Has he done enough? Well, not bad, is it? Because he doesn't really have a pocket here for that 4 ball.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, that was nice. Got away with it. I think Marco's going to sit on the 9 ball here. I think he's going to play it hard.
So just take us through that when you mean sit on the 9 ball.
So he can actually play the 4 past the 9 and sit the white ball behind the 9 ball. A little bit hard to control. was looking at getting behind the 7 ball. Yeah, you can nudge onto the 9 ball and run down the table.
Question is he looking to sink the 4 ball here?
No, he's looking for the safety.
He's looking purely for the safety.
But in saying that, that 4 ball does go off the 8 ball, so he's got a lot of options. Yeah, you can sit behind the 6 ball. He's got a lot of options.
Let's see what he does here. Takes it right up to the far end of the table. Boy, that is a lovely shot, isn't it? Look at the weight on that.
Beautiful, yeah.
Another inch and he would have been, a couple of inches and he would have been sitting right there. He's a little frustrated by it because he's a perfectionist.
That's because the 4 ball's cuttable and the 8 ball makes it a bigger pocket. It could actually come off the rail and kiss into the 8 ball and then go in.
Okay, so we've got Jimmy the Professor Henry alongside me, bringing you all the expert comments. Let's have a look. Didn't get quite enough on that, did he? Just a little bit too thick on that object ball. But he's still left a bit of work here for Toysha.
Okay,
boy, this is intriguing, isn't it? This is fascinating. Neither player really.
Yeah, this is where his bank pull comes in. He'll bank this.
So what, right middle pocket, is it? Yep. Oh, just missed it. And now, really, this is where Sullivan Clark needs to take the initiative. You sort of sense that if he can take this shot, he can get himself the frame. How difficult, Jimmy?
Very difficult, this shot here. If he cuts it in, he could go in off again, the same pocket he did last time. So he doesn't like it.
You are watching the final of the Sunday night shootout, this last of the qualifiers. The big final next Sunday. We'll bring you all live coverage of that. The best 8 players from around the country, some of the best players from around the world, out of Asia as well. You're watching 25-year-old Sullivan Clark, New Zealand's big hope, up against Marco Toysha of the Netherlands. Big shot here. And just a bit out of sorts, isn't he?
That was a planned shot.
Was it?
Yeah,
okay.
He was going for safety. Leave distance.
My apologies goes to him, his family, the entire cue ball community.
Thank you. No, that's a great safety.
No, I think, yeah, I think I picked up on your earlier one that if he was looking to cut it, he could end up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, sometimes.
Marco was looking at the back double there inside the 8 ball, but I think the 9 ball's in the road for that line. Might be able to just sneak through that gap. Could be the only shot he's got there, Mark. In between the 8 and 9.
Let's have a look. He does play it. He does it. Play it. And he plays it brilliantly. He plays it brilliantly. Well, the Dutch master.
Wow, that's a winning shot.
That is an outstanding shot from a big player with a big temperament in a big moment.
Is he a bit straight? He doesn't want to be straight on this ball. No, he's got angle. The key in this game, always leave yourself an angle to get to the next ball. Okay, so he's going to run 2 rails right around the table and behind the 8. So he's going to have to play this ball at 1 on the clock. Make it do this. Oh, is it a little bit too hard? No, he's good. He's good. He's perfect. Oh, a little bit straight. See that no angle there, so he can't.
Yeah,
really.
so difficult shot with the cue ball, isn't it? Because he's going to have to be able to. He can't go low on it, can he?
No.
He just doesn't have the distance between the cue ball and the rail.
So he's going to punch this out.
So he's going to, yeah.
Oh, he's going to screw back in. Watch the middle pocket. Watch the middle pocket. No, he's right. Look at that.
Wow,
Perfect.
look at that. That is remarkable. That is a precious shot. Difficult situation. And he just makes it look easy.
He hit that nice. He hit it straight. Cheated the pocket a bit to get that angle. To end up there.
And there we go. That's simple. Now 5 frames to nothing. Toysha in control of this final.
Still not over. Okay, Sullivan, you need this one.
And he'll know it too, Sullivan. He's smart guy. He knows that it can go in momentum swings as we go back. Jimmy, just get you to take us through this shot here.
Well, that was the only shot that was on, and he got lucky. nudged off the 8 ball. The 8 ball makes a bigger pocket sitting there. So he got lucky there. Well, it was his only shot actually. So it was a great shot. Half and half. Great and lucky.
Now, Sullivan Clark needs to basically clear the table here. He needs to get a nice spread off this break.
He just needs a shot at the 1 ball. That's the key, getting a shot at the 1 ball. If it's open. With their skills, they can run anything out. Oh, he had it a little bit hard.
So, does
Nice.
he? Oh, here comes that.
Jeez.
Yeah, 8 just
No
snookering him.
luck. Yeah, no luck at all.
No luck, so we're going to see him play defensively here. Does he have the option here of throwing it over to Toysha?
Definitely, yeah. He will play that push out, I'd say. I can't see any other shot on the table.
So just if you have just joined us for the first time, I'll just get you Jimmy there to explain the push out.
Yeah, so he can push anywhere. He can do anything he likes. Doesn't have to touch rail, do nothing. Wherever the white ball ends up.
The option is then given to Marco?
Yes.
And
the
then
option
Marco
is-
can throw it straight back at him and say, no,
Definitely, yeah.
you've put yourself there. I don't like what I've got in front of me. You play it.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so,
That's right, yeah.
yeah. And if you have been watching all afternoon, again, we're just trying to... You might have listened to other people listening for the first time, so that's why we often will repeat ourselves.
So really, there's nowhere really to push out. Because he's going to leave the 1 ball on. Maybe where the 4 is, sit around there. Doesn't really want to kick it, does he? He's thinking of the kick shot.
At what point do you start taking some risks? I mean, you're down, what, 5 frames to love?
Yeah, well, he's just going to hopefully, hope Marco makes a mistake and then capitalise from there. This game could really change in one bad shot, one bad safety. Did he call push out? I think he did. So what he's doing is giving Marco the kick shot. Marco's going to put him straight back in. But he knows Marco likes the jump shot. Yeah, he's put him straight back in.
Watching the final of the Sunday night shootout, the last of the qualifiers from the Masai Club in Pukekohe. And of course we'll have the top 8 players here back next weekend with those finals on the Sunday. Nice shot. Does he do enough with it though? Probably not. So Toysha will come to the table now.
Well, yeah.
Probably reasonably happy with what he's seen in front of him. No real angle though between the cue ball and the object ball.
Yeah, it's easy here. Just run between the 8 and 4 and put that 2 in the middle. Come through there, look where he's looking. Or in the corner, 2 in the corner probably.
Yeah, nice weight, lovely. From Marco Toysha.
Okay, here comes a good big shot coming up. 3 rails, or he could either play it soft, but I don't think Marco will do that. He'll play 3 rails, run around the back of the 9 and towards the 3 ball.
Okay, there you go. Round the back of the 9 as the professor says, and then beautifully back in line for the red 3 ball. So, explained nicely by Jimmy, executed brilliantly by Marco Toysha, number 1 seed for this tournament. So, does he look for the plant here?
No, he plays the 3 in the corner.
3 in the corner. Okay, we might just go above the table if we can. Just have a wee look.
Here we go. Nice clean shot in
There we go.
There we go.
Great shot.
Just got to be aware of that 8 ball, so he'll come back behind the 8 ball, just to be safe. Oh no, he's gone forward of it. Oh, nice shot. Nice weight. Once he's back on the other side, he's got the 6 and 7 easy.
And look at that. That is remarkable play. And the greats of all sport make it look easy, don't they? Looking at the form there of Toysha, beautifully balanced.
A little bit straight here. So he sort of punches the table. Yeah, he doesn't like it. So a shot on the 8 ball, this is where it could change.
He doesn't like it, but I think he loves the challenge.
Yeah, well, I think he can run through. He'll run through off 2 rails and come back up for the 8.
So when we say run through that white ball...
No, he's going to punch it.
He's going to punch it, so... What he's going to...
So he's going to really force this in, you know, and he ain't going to get much movement with that white ball. He'll be lucky to get to the middle of the table, but that's what he's aiming for. Middle of the table. Punch it in hard.
Does it.
Oh, wow.
Now.
Look at that. What a beautiful shot. Screwed right back up the table, eh?
I think with the preparation for Las Vegas, I think he'll love the way some of this has played out today, because it's really tested his ability. And given him that hardness that he's going to need when he does go to the States.
Beautiful shooting. Oh, a little bit too much. Okay, I've seen him practice this many a times at the club.
Let's just have a look here. So, yep, just got to be careful too, I guess, of that cue ball in that top middle pocket.
Yep.
I think we've all played those shots at home, haven't we?
Yeah, I think you play low and go high. Go high past that middle pocket.
Now, big shot here, misses this, and he's going to give it.
Level cue.
He's going to give it to Sullivan Clark. Does he put it in? Just touches it, kisses it beautifully, and as simple as that. Toysha, he's hoping.
Oh, wow.
Now, how long do we wait? And there we go.
Wow, that was close.
It was a game of inches. So if you'd sunk that, the frame goes straight to.
Well, what happens is the 9 gets put back on the spot, and you put it from there, ball in hand.
It's just a formality, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, I've seen a few people miss that shot. I'm glad it's not me.
So it is match point for Marco Toysha, the number 1 seed. I think we probably all expected this to be a little bit closer, but I've seen previously Toysha having a 6-love lead, and it ended up going 7-6 in the finish. So
it's not over yet.
You know, it's not over yet. I think if it was a lesser player than Sullivan Clark, you'd probably say it is, but do not underestimate the young man who...
Well, a faultless performance by Marco.
Went to university in Victoria and Wellington to do a psychology degree, didn't enjoy it, but fell in love with cue sports. Not quite the number of balls down, and let's have a look. I know he's got a reasonable spread here on the table. Do you like that, Jimmy?
Yeah, nice spread. All depends on this 1 ball. To get to that 3 ball, if you can do that, it's all over. A little bit tricky. So this is the key shot here. If you can make this 1 ball get to that 3, he's pretty much home. Yeah, he's going to nudge off the 4 and then sit on that 3. Oh, look at that. He's opted for the safety percentage. He knew he was going to leave Sullivan there. Well, that's pretty much home and hose as well.
So let's just... That'll give us a better shot of it.
Look at that. Hard to get out of that.
Wow. That is just incredible.
I'd be looking at playing a deliberate foul here, Mark.
Jimmy, I'd just be looking to the heavens and praying, my friend. Just looking to the heavens and praying.
A low percentage is going to hit this 1
But
ball.
I'm not even sure the higher power could help you here.
Is this what he's playing, a deliberate foul here?
So, a deliberate foul, but one that'll hopefully
Tie the 4 up, you know, like
give him some sort of advantage.
Yeah, well, a chance later
Just
on.
move these balls around the table.
You know, if you don't think you're going to hit that 1 ball, just play that 4 ball onto the 5. Play it onto the 8. Just hide that 4 ball. And just hopefully Marco, there you go, I knew he'd play that. No, but that's not good enough. Sorry. Once Marco gets in behind that 4, he's got the 5, the 6, 7.
Yeah, I think Sullivan in his interviews has said, look, he's not where he needs to be at the moment with his game. But look, we're going to have the best 8 players back next week. He's got another sort of 5 or 6 days, and his goal between now and going to Las Vegas is about progression, isn't it, over the next, little subtle gains day to day, but week to week.
Yep.
And so, it is about peaking at the right time.
Yep. And
it is still very early in the season. And we also forget that, you think about how many people around the world play Q Sports. This guy here, currently ranked 23 in the world. I mean, that's a very, very small classroom of people, isn't it? So, sometimes you're not allowed to play either. Sometimes these guys will make you look somewhat out of sorts.
Of course, yeah. And over there is a different stage,
Is that a Chinese snooker?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, that was Chinese snooker. You picked it, yeah. Now he has to probably screw back and kiss into the 5 here. Oh, geez, I don't like this shot.
Well, he's got it. He knows he's got a 6-frame buffer here. Can he afford to take a few risks?
Of course,
Does he believe that that's big enough lead to be able to not have to necessarily play the percentages?
Well, yeah, I'd attack the ball. Yeah, he'll attack it. He'll screw into that 5 and try and move it off the rail. Oh, he missed it.
Oh, opens the door now for Sullivan Clark.
Go, folks.
And look at it. He took the risk. We said, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. Another experience, another shot that he puts into the memory bank.
If he would have avoided that middle pocket, he probably would have been perfect on the 5.
So even the greats can get themselves into a little bit of difficulty. But how important are this next couple of minutes here for Sullivan Clark in terms of the context of this final?
Look at the composure from Sullivan, He's 6-0 down, but he's still the same. Everything's still the same. It just goes to show you he's, a real professional player.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was lucky enough at the Tokyo Olympics to do the women's high jump final, and there was an Australian girl who ended up winning the silver. And whether she was successful at a jump or unsuccessful, her demeanour never changed. It was just so much repetition from sitting back down on her chair, going through her visualisation, her psyching herself back up, writing things down in a diary, and it was just a mirror from jump to jump. And you sort of sense that too with this guy, don't you? That he is just so well versed, so well rehearsed.
Oh, what?
Oh, and he missed the 9. And it is about to be game, set and match to Marco Toisha, because that is very uncharacteristic. That is, I'd hate to say it, but almost a rookie error.
Yeah, unlucky there.
And there it is. Marco Toisha wins the Sunday night shootout, the last of the qualifiers. He does it comfortably in the finish, 7 frames to nothing over Sullivan Clark. He has been the dominant player throughout this tournament. Jimmy, the Professor Henry, sum that up.
Well, it's going to come down to next week. This is just a warm-up for next week. The big money comes out next week. So they'll be back again. And I think both players will still make the final for next week.
Well, we won't take a break here. We are going to try and queue up an interview with our winner Marco Toisha, courtesy of Bernie Andre. So while we are just getting that queued up, let's just talk about the finals next week, what we can expect, because 8 of the best players.
Yeah, well, again, you're going to have these 2 players at different spectrum of the draw. So they're going to, it's going to be hard for these other players to beat them. So hopefully there's an upset. There's a couple of young guys coming through that could upset these 2. And there's a lot of experience coming through that can upset these two. There's some good players next week, so next week is going to be a big day. Next Sunday.
And just having a look there at the kit bag, isn't it? We did a little bit of some promo stuff during the week with Marco, and we actually threw what's in the bag. And you often talk about bag, you generally tend to talk a little bit more about golf, don't you? But you know, they've got all sorts of little gadgets in there, and Q-tips and chalk, and right down to some of their nutritional requirements.
Yeah, he's
and
got
so
all the,
we are gearing up for that interview.
Yeah, it's got all the artillery.
And so there we go. That is Bernie Andres there. He heads up the Mass 8 clubs, and great opportunity for them. And we'll get Bernie too to carry out that interview with Marco Toisha.
Okay, thanks, Mark.
Yeah,
we're working with you today.
No, that's all right. Well, we haven't quite finished yet, mate. No, we're just going to do this interview. So you don't go away, Jimmy. I know you're desperate, mate. I know you want to get on the table and practice that jump shot. You've been so inspired by it that you do want to practice the jump shot. So I don't think we're too far away, are we? And so we will go to Bernie Andre standing by with our winner, Marco Toisha, taking out this qualifying round of the Sunday night shootout.
I'm here with Marco Toisha, our winner of the Sunday night shootout qualifier 4. Marco, just been a steamroller all weekend.
Yeah, they played pretty good all weekend, so yeah, nice.
And I mean, you got a week to prepare for the final. Not quite sure who you're going to be playing, but it's a top 8. How are you going to prepare for that?
I think the same how I've been doing it the last 3 weeks. I've been been practicing like crazy, like 2-3 hours a day. And I think I just keep continuing what I'm doing right now and just try to get myself ready.
You've pulled out some pretty mean jump shots. I think there's one in the quarterfinal, the semi-final, where you went down the rail and won. Is that something you've been working on and practicing?
Yeah, definitely my breaks and my jumps, of course. Same with the kicks and just the tactical part of the game. So yeah, that's definitely something I've been practicing.
And 2 weeks, almost 2 weeks tomorrow, you're going to be heading over to the States as well. What tournaments are you going to be heading over to play in?
2 weeks. We're going for the Vegas 10-ball Open. Then I play the World 10-ball. And then I fly straight to England for the World Pool Championships. And then have a couple of weeks off, go back to home to Holland to see my family. And then I fly back to the UK for the UK Open. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that trip, yeah.
Joys of being able to travel again. And, switching between 9-ball and 10-ball, how do you find that?
I don't think there's a big difference between the games. I think it's mainly the break. But it's a rotation game, so it's a lot of cue ball control. So I don't think, I don't